nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about Vaseline. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted the back in the day. The rock had a violent free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Crack out of pop, even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off, shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young dog.
I mean, yeah, like, cause I mean, before I really listened to you, I was kind of on the fence about being a landlord, and I'm pretty convinced. Like I say, I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's it's something to it. But I'm not you though. That's the problem. I don't really have tolerance. I don't really have tolerance to deal with a lot of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I try to stay away. I'm averse to the bullshit. That's why I like. That's why I like fixing and flipping. The ideal because
because I mean, but if you're a landlord, right? Let's say you got the time of the day, and like you don't have a job, and that's all you do, right? Then you got the time to deal with the bullshit that John deals with on a daily basis. Because that's
you gotta.
You know, bro. Let me tell you, bro. You gotta love it, bro. That's really what it boils down to.
I'm not you though. I'm not you though. At the end of the day, I like the idea of it, but I'm not you. At the end of the day, you love this shit. You kicking back. You love this life, boy. You love this shit.
Ain't not me though.
But I don't.
Hey, hold on. Who come up this nigga sitting around smoking drink all day? Talk to you guys. Who come? Who come? I clean rooms too, but. Anyway, this is Junko. We're gonna teach a little landlord lesson. This is Izzy. Sometimes I guess Izzy doesn't have any content, and he comes over, he reviews what we do here. So we're gonna give Izzy and the rest of the black streamers who can't use their own mind to come up with anything. We'll give them some content here, and I figure one of the things that really needs to be done is someone needs to have a man-to-man talk with some of these childlike blacks. These blacks lie and make up all kind of stupid ass excuses. And I'm going to show you some of the stupid ass excuses that these blacks lie, make up, tell y'all kind of stupid ass lies. Where's my phone? And maybe I left my phone on my bike. I have to get it in a minute. And so we're gonna call this dumbass lying ass black. And he works in a black restaurant. And I guess I should show you that now. Where's this black ass restaurant that he works in? The Awakening. And I showed it to you a few days ago. The Awakening restaurant. And you have to ask yourself, with a black like this working there, the food can't be worth a shit. He said he's the chef. And this is why I don't even eat these black restaurants, like eat out of these black ass restaurants and shit like that. Who would eat from a person like this that works here very dishonestly? You can tell it's a black ass place. And this is the food that this so-called chef, this black ass chef, who can't even make his rent, pay his rent. This is what he's supposed to live. God damn, I better go get my phone. I think my phone's on my bike, and the damn blacks will be on. Stole my phone. I was like, yeah. Oh shit. God damn, what the folks here. All right, so this is the black ass restaurant that this young fella works. And supposedly he is the chef, the head Negro chef at this restaurant right here. It's a small building for a restaurant. Well, a lot of restaurants in DC are somewhat small. So that's, that's not atypical. Yeah, I'm tripping over stuff, man. I just came in, I had a bunch of bags and shit like that. So I just dropped them all down there. Let me get in here. So this is the restaurant that the black is behind on this ramp. Now, let me show you one of a series of text messages. This is a kind of a landlord edition here. And I'm going to show you like just how stupid and dishonest they are. Get up on the screen here. And so here's the tweet. Here's one of the text messages that he sent me. And I don't know if this is a fake Cash App or what. I'm going to share my screen. I don't know if this is a fake Cash App or what. You can see this. This is not real. It's not a real Cash App. Something isn't working here. And because as you can see here, it says payment has not been settled yet, pending. I've never seen Cash Apps that are pending like this. So he sends me a text before this. He said, hey man, I sent the money earlier today. I said, oh, okay, I see the Cash App. Now I look at my Cash App, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't see any money here. Now I look back at this message that he sent me. Payment has not settled yet. Now that's interesting because how the hell is the payment not settled? I don't know much about Cash App. And then he writes me another text. He said, I already said I would be out my money. Now, I'm going to add the earlier messages here. But then I said, look, man, nobody don't work like that. Rent is due weekly. If you don't have your rent on Friday, you have to be out. You can't hang around here till Monday. Payment has not been settled. If it's not in my account by 10 a.m., I'll be changing the code and removing your things. And so I'm going to show you some of the text messages that he sent me before and after this little exchange here. And this was like dealing with these dishonest people, very dishonest. They can't make a lot of money because why? They're working in bullshit restaurants like this, serving to bullshit, fat, broke-ass people like what you see in the damn video. And so here's another text message that the black sent me a while back. And it's very interesting what this black did here. Let's see if I can find this message. Here it is again. This is very interesting. Here is another message that he sent me. And again, he's using this as more or less justification that he's paid his rent. But here is the Cash App again. Another Cash App from this guy. So you see the first one, $275, payment not settled yet. Here's another Cash App, same guy. Same guy. $250, payment has not settled yet. I did not notice this shit until I looked at my Cash App and reconciled it. Wait a minute, these payments are not going through. I don't know what the hell they're doing and how they're keeping the Cash Apps from going through. This is something very interesting to me. But anyway, this is the black that we're going to call and we're going to tell him, hey man, you got to get the hell out of here. And Izzy Bands, if you want to make content off of this, if you're not live, you can come up here and talk to him. You want me to, I'm going to ring this black boy out here, tell him how stupid and how black acting he is, how dumb and stupid. I'm going to tell him, like, boy, you're real dumb. Remember the last black I told him you couldn't pay his rent because he was buying furniture and all this other stupid shit. And I said, boy, if you were talking to anybody else, if you were talking to a white man, they said, boy, you stupid as hell. And so right now we're going to tell this black man how stupid he is. He needs to hear it from someone. So hear it from me. Let's call this low IQ black. Hey, what's up, man? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hey, what's up, man? You got a few minutes? You got a few minutes to talk?
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to make sure everything gets sent to you right now because I don't have time to do any of this extra stuff you talking about doing today. What's going on? I'm trying to make sure you get all your money right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you're black, right? Before we get started, I'm a black guy, so I don't want to assume you're black.
This don't have to do nothing with race, brother.
Okay. Oh, if you don't think so.
Last time you said something about me being black and all the ghetto comments came, I didn't fully appreciate, man. So all I'm saying is this is about business. I make sure you trade. That's all.
I'm telling you, I'm a 50-year-old man, right? And I deal with a lot.
Okay, I understand that fully.
Okay, I deal with a lot of young black men like yourself. So I'm giving you some constructive advice if you want. If you don't want it, it's fine. You don't have to hear it from me.
I mean, that's okay. I'm just saying the way you talk, you was talking to me the past few days.
But again, like
I like that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that was like some miscommunication. But I didn't appreciate how you were talking to me and handling this whole situation, regardless. Because at the end of the day, I understand fully. Yeah, you need to get your money, but it's a bank problem, and it's not really me trying to withhold your money. It's the bank problem. So I'm trying to make sure to stay on top of that. But if you communicate better and told me the day before, oh, I didn't get this or I didn't get that, I would make sure to happen instead of doing it the day before or the day of, and then demanding certain things to happen in such short out time frame. When I'm going in to handle it, yesterday I had dental surgery. I've been down and out. I let you know that while I was in the dentist, and I sent you the screenshot. All right, you didn't get it. Should let me know right then and there. All right, boom, so I can handle it. But right now,
let me know when I can say something. I want to give you a little advice, right? I have a lot of tenants. You're not the only one, right? But of the ones that I have right now, you require a lot of hand holding for whatever reason. You bank this, you bank that. And so the reason why I bring race into it is because if I were white, I probably wouldn't be dealing with this shit with you. I probably wouldn't even rent to you off the break if I were white, because a lot of black guys always have some bullshit going on. Whatever, it could not be your fault. It doesn't even matter whose fault it is. Your reputation precedes you. Do you understand that? And so when you come to me and you like, oh, my bank this, my bank that, the cashier this, I said, this is just black shit, right? This is just what I equate it to. Okay, you may say it's not. I'll take your word that it's not. But what I'm saying to you, from the outside looking in, you got the same problem as all the other black males that I deal with, and women too.
Well, I'm telling you, that's not the problem. Whatever I need to do to show you the proof of the bank,
but you don't get back and forth. The only proof that you really need to show me is just pay your rent, right? And like most of my tenants, I don't talk to them at all, right? They just pay their rent. There's no need for me to talk to them unless they need me to fix something and you try to get it done. But like I've been talking to you and text messaging you damn near from the day you moved in. It's day, don't put your stuff on the front.
You don't have to do that.
But I'm saying, I hate to tell you, I hate to tell you, don't leak stories.
But hold on, you gotta hear me. So when I looked on the front porch, there's all that other shit out there. So I didn't think it would be a problem for me to set my equipment there for a few days. Do you understand? Right. Like I said, if the porch is clear and clean, then I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm fucking up the porch. But you come at me like I'm fucking up the porch when the porch is already fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
But when I asked you to move your things, right? When
I moved the stuff that was in the front. And I put the stuff to the side. There's plans and all the other stuff out there that I moved and threw away.
Well, explain to me why yesterday I had to move all those heaters, those things that you had.
And because you said, well,
that was yours. The stuff that I put in the alley yesterday, that was yours, correct?
What?
All those cooking pans and stuff, that was yours, right?
Yeah, and I asked you, I said I was gonna put them in the storage. All you had to do is not touch it, but you did it anyway. But that fryer right there costs $500. So if somebody would have stole it or they got displaced, like I wouldn't touch any of your equipment or property in here.
Bro, this is what I'm trying to explain. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, and I don't think it's getting through to you. You said it's expensive equipment. Okay, I believe you. I just rented a room to a guy in the same house. He saw the shit like, damn, I want that shit. What if he had taken your shit? If you got something that's that expensive, then you need to protect it. Because anybody could have walked up, stolen it, beat it up, tore it up, whatever. They could have been using it as an ashtray. If it's something that means something to you, you don't leave it out in the common areas. Right?
I understand you, but as you know, like you're a busy man, you get busy. Stuff happens. So it's like I didn't have time to put it in the storage as the day that I want to do it.
But you can't inconvenience people when you're living in common shared housing. like that. You understand? Like you just can't do
I
that.
I understand.
You know, and again, I'm just trying to give you. Look, I'm trying to give you some advice. I'm not.
I'm
not
listening.
because I'm a landlord, right?
And
there are probably very few black landlords that would talk to you like this. So I'm being straight because you're not going to live in my house forever. You say you're about to move, so sooner or later you're going to probably bump into a landlord that may or may not feel
I thought the way you was moving, I thought you wanted me to move out, so I was going to hurry up and try to get my eggs in the basket. But also make sure you get paid.
I just want people to pay their rent, right, and be as little problem as possible.
That's what I'm.
Right, and so when you
that's why I'm gonna get you this. That's why I'm about to get you this extra payment, and we're gonna be fully done by the end of the day.
But
you know,
but you understand. But I just wanted to, you know, I feel like I'm giving you some advice that might help you. Like, bro,
I'm listening.
Okay, if you don't have the money, just say I don't have it. And I ain't talking about your situation with me. I'm just saying in general.
Okay.
If you know that you're not going to be able to pay someone the money when you say when you think you're going to be paid, don't tell them you're going to pay it that day. Like
I told you my paydays are usually Mondays. So like, and you like Friday. And I moved in. When I moved in on a Saturday. I couldn't stay until that Monday because the bed was broke. We had to like rig the bed so we can be able to sleep on it. But I understand that. But like I told you, my payment that I was paying you would usually follow on Mondays because that's when I get paid. And you was like, okay, fine with that. Late fee $25. I said I have no problem with that. That's cool. Remember we had that conversation?
Yep, but you also look, I just want to remind you though. I gave you the benefit of the doubt that you paid your rent one time, but one of the cash apps did not settle. It had payment pending.
And I didn't know that, you know, because I sent you the screenshot. If you followed up, said, hey, I would have handled that right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying though, bro, again, is like in life, you can't go through life saying, I ain't know. It ain't my fault. I ain't know. Like it's ultimately it's ultimately up to you to know. And if you don't know, then the consequences fall on you. You don't get to absolve yourself of consequences by saying, I didn't know. You understand? This is real serious advice, right? You can't just say, hey man, I ain't know. And then I'm absolved of all conflict. That's what the Howard University parents are saying. Why their kids are getting kicked out of school. We didn't read finer details. And now they're kicked out of school. You know, you just kind of have to take the bull by the horn. You know, for me, I know if $250 come out of my bank account, I know it. If $250 don't come out, and I expect it to come out, I know it. I'm assuming you're not a rich guy. If $250 is still in your account and it didn't come out, then you know it was there, right? And if it was there, then you understand. If you had the money,
so
and it didn't come out of your account,
once you take it, once you send in the cash app or send Zelle, it pans. If it's not accepted or bounced back, it either comes in that moment when it bounced back or it takes 3 days. So I wouldn't know in that exact moment. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I usually am on top of that.
Now, I'm not very familiar with Cash App in this pending process. How does that work when it pins at
So when I send it, it comes out of my account automatically. So it's either you get it accepted or it goes through to see if it can be sent through or not. And I don't know why it's doing that with you because I called and it's like, all right, unfamiliar name. So you gave me 2 different names, one on the Zelle, one on the Cash App. My bank card is connected to my bank and my Cash App. So if that gets flagged, that gets flagged and it pauses the transaction of my account so the money doesn't go through. That's what I've been trying to tell you for the longest. And it's not my fault, nor is it your fault, you know? Because I send it, and if I do it in small increments, it goes. If I do it in two big increments, it flags it. So that's why last time I did it, 100 one time and 250 the other time. This time, it just let me send the whole 350 because I went to the process and I was on the phone with the bank and let them know, all right, I'm sending this transaction. They stayed on the phone with me until it went through, and I was like, cool, fine. So now I probably have to do that again today because when I send it, it still say pending.
Right,
so I have to make sure the money gets back in my account. Also, or if I can still see if I can push that payment through, so I have to call them, let them know, and verify all the information, such as your first and last name, your phone number.
Yeah. So look, again, I ain't call you to argue.
It's a simple verification process that goes through a lot, and when I'm at work, it's hard to do that.
I get you. Look, I ain't call you to argue with you or anything like that, but I'm just telling you, I'm just as a black man to another black man, and I don't know how old you are. How old are you? You in your 20s?
I'm 40.
Oh, you're 40. Okay, I thought you like in your 20s or 30s. So I'm probably.
Because I'm not a young man. I'm handling my responsibility. I do what I got to do. I appreciate you for having a quick moving spot for people to move out.
Yeah. We don't charge.
This is only temporary.
Yeah, we don't charge deposits and all that stuff. But you know what I'm saying. So with the with the ease of moving in and stuff like that, then we kind of expect people to be able to just hit the ground running, without much.
I understand.
Yeah. So, anyways, I thought you were a younger man. I'm sorry about that, talking to you like you're a younger man. So,
that's why I was getting a little frustrated, brother.
Taking the offense, Because
no, I mean, at first I did, but I understand like it's business. That's how in there. I was like, I'm a business person too. But so like at the end of the day, it's business,
But you sound young, what I'm saying, and I just couldn't go through without telling you, what I'm saying, because a lot of young men have not.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm understanding like everything, everybody. Yeah, I'm listening to everything you're saying, but like I know I'm trying to make sure you get your money.
I'm a black landlord,
because I got a lot of moving parts everywhere. So it's like you were saying, like in some stuff, certain instances, I wouldn't notice if this came out or didn't come out. All I'm saying is I'm moving. I'm gonna go. I'm sending you a screenshot. So yeah, you don't have to check. That's my job to check and make sure it go through and all this other stuff. So moving forward, I'm gonna make sure that happens and make sure you get out the way and make sure get you out on time and be more communicative.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Like again, I think I'm pretty easy to work with. You know what I'm saying? So but you got to communicate. Because again, if something go wrong in that house, if the toilet stop up or whatever, you're gonna expect me to answer your call and get it done fairly quickly. Yeah. And I try to do that. And so we kind of expect the same thing on the other side. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to talk to you. Not that I dislike you or anything, but you don't want to talk to me. You don't need to be talking to me just because you're living there. You don't talk to the people you go to the store with for stuff like that. So just wanted to make sure the lines of communication were open. And I wanted to give you some advice because again, I know a few landlords in the city. Just being honest with you, you're never going to read this in the news. You're not going to see this on paper, on print somewhere. But most of the black landlords that I know will not rent to black people, only unless they got Section 8 vouchers. Truly, all of them. Unless you got a Section 8 voucher, they're not renting to you. Unless I got one that will, but you got to make a lot of money, and most black people don't make a lot of money. So there are very few people like me, and so we kind of all hitched. We all kind of hitched our wagon together here. You need me, I need tenants. It's the way it works. You know what I'm saying? But there are very few people like me that will rent to you without a lot of requirements. So you have to keep that in mind. You understand?
Okay.
Anyway, man. So I guess you're gonna be sending it over. You sent it over already? I haven't checked.
All right. So I sent it. It still say pending, so I'm checking on that. So I might have to call and do all the verifications again. But I'm gonna give you. I'll make sure you have confirmation. I'm on that right now. Make sure everything get done. So give me like 30 minutes to an hour to figure that out.
All right, come back.
Because the bank, they be dragging their ass. Well, I be on hold for most of the time. That's why it's more irritating,
Yeah.
I'd rather like try to figure. I'm gonna figure out something so this doesn't keep happening.
Let me ask you this question. Hey, they hiring over there at the Awakening? I got somebody looking for a job. You work the Awakening, right?
Yeah, I'm hiring. I need kitchen staff.
What y'all need over there? I got a guy. He's not skilled in anything, but he might be willing to work.
I mean, can you wash dishes?
I mean, anybody can wash dishes, right? I don't know how much about.
I mean, you would think that I had to let go of a few people because they either too slow or not washing them right.
What do you mean they can't wash? When you say they can't wash the dishes, what not washing right?
It's just simple stuff like you're not drying them, breaking stuff, throwing stuff away because you don't want to wash it at the end of the night. All simple stuff I'm catching, man.
What do you mean? Are they throwing away pots and pans? Or dishes?
Nah, like, little fry baskets, little stuff you think you won't notice until they gone.
Oh, shit.
Like the silverware and shit. Like, and I'm like finding that shit in the trash. I'm like, oh, you closed tonight. Oh, yeah. You gotta let him go, man. I just had to let somebody go last week for that shit, but
for what? Throwing dishes away?
I feel you the same way. I feel the same way like black people. Like, I'd rather have fucking Mexicans, man.
Wait. Hold on. These black people doing this shit?
Well, it was one black and it was one white dude we had in here, but I think he was like on drugs or something. So I let him go.
Amigos?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not doing no more blacks. I'm hiring all Mexicans. I'm looking for.
I know what you're talking about, bro.
Like, so when you say that, like, I get, it sounds harsh, but like, I get it on the standpoint that motherfuckers be having that reputation and you try to give them a chance and they fuck you over. I'm like, I ain't one of those people, man.
Yeah, no. You in the business where you know it firsthand then, so you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Like, so you said you got somebody that's looking for work. What are you talking about?
Dude, he homeless, you know what I'm saying? They got a homeless shelter. He worked hard, man. I don't think he would throw away dishes, but He probably requires.
I mean, if he can do some cleaning and some
But I think the problem is he requires a little bit more micromanaging than a restaurant is able to do. You know what I'm saying?
Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you like? He's special or something?
Yeah. A little special, But he's functional. You know what I'm saying? He can speak, talk to you, everything. But like he's what do they call this shit? Where you short, you can't focus long term. You know, like
ADHD,
maybe some shit like that. But he'll do whatever you tell him to do without any pushback.
Oh, all right. I mean, because I'll be having somebody clean the bathrooms, clean the walk-in. So I just gotta tell him do his task and he'll do it. Mm-hmm. That's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you can have him.
Give him time to say, "Hey, go smoke a cigarette, come back." You know what I mean? Something like that. You know what I mean?
You could probably have him. Well, we said I'm being in because I took off for today because I got that tooth pulled yesterday. But you could probably send them up to me. I'm gonna say Thursday morning.
Thursday morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I can try them out and see where his skills set at. See if we can do something with them. If not, I'll just pay him for the day and send him on. Put him on his way.
Yeah, damn.
He said, he get a little something in his pocket that day.
Is it really that hard to find these motherfuckers? Like, what y'all paying them off the books?
I mean,
shit? You just say, hey, here's a day labor type shit. How does it work? No.
We pay people, but it's like the Mexicans. I'm looking at everybody scared because of ICE and stuff still. And just I don't know. It's just people say they want these jobs, and then when you hire them, they want bullshit, want to call out, want to be moving slow. You can't be moving slow in the kitchen at all. Period.
Yeah,
that's number one.
Let me ask you this question, because I've run into a lot of people in restaurants. They work in restaurant industry. The reputation of black restaurants that they don't tip a lot. Is that true?
No.
Oh, they tip. I mean, in DC,
we got predominantly black customers, and they tip. We do well.
So why? So their reputation, what is that, on the low end or delivery food or what?
What?
The whole reputation of black people don't tip shit.
I know. It just be I mean, I've been in restaurants. I've been most of the fancy restaurants I work in. They come in with a whole bunch of people. They send a whole bunch of shit back. They didn't nibble halfway off, so they don't have to pay for it. Just typical little dumb shit like that, man. And then I'll be like, you know what? Just get them out of here. They keep sending the shit back. Oh, this ain't right. Just you know what? Just comp the whole thing. Get them out of here.
Is that
or they believe they don't have to tip. Some of them don't believe they have to tip, and I'm like, that's not how you do it.
But DC, like all the taxes and shit. What, they got tax on the drinks, tax on the food.
So that's why you go to a lot of places and they got that automatic gratuity.
Yeah, this should be like 20%, 18%.
So you want to tip regardless. So and that's where it go. Like with a service, don't even give a fuck about your service. It's like, oh, I'm getting tipped automatically. Usually people have to work for their tips,
Yeah. Damn, that is interesting. Yeah, I pass by the Awakening all the time. I catch the 53 bus. Yeah, right.
Yeah, man, come on in. I'll get you out there. We'll get you some food. Sit down. Because I still ain't meet you yet.
Shit, I don't be eating out of these motherfucking restaurants these days, man. Because motherfuckers don't be giving a shit about the food. I drink in there, but
I take pride in my work right there.
You know what I mean? People be spitting in the food, doing anything crazy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no, we ain't doing none of that. See, I used to be a health inspector, too, for a little bit, too. So, I keep everything up to code.
You do all the cooking?
Yeah, majority of it.
But I mean, you don't have any help?
No, I got help. Yeah, I got another chef in there with me.
Okay, but so it's easy to find chefs than bus boys and stuff like that.
I feel like mostly the bus boys and stuff. They recycle through. Everybody trying to wash dishes and shit forever. So they just come through. Either they do a good job I got one dude named Charles. I done worked with him for over 10 years in every restaurant, and he used to be living in the homeless shelter sometimes, struggle with his shit, but he don't let none of that shit affect his work. He come to work and do that shit. He a little touch, but
this dude I'm referring you to, I've worked with him, doing a little work around properties and stuff.
How old is he? An older guy or
he's
younger
about
guy?
35. It's nothing he won't do. You know what I'm saying? He don't mind getting dirty. He's a hell of a benefit from that standpoint. He'll run through a damn brick wall, but you just got to point out the brick wall he need to run through.
He got a phone number?
I had to find that shit, and make sure it's still on. But him and his brother, actually, You know, if you just need some one-off type, do you ever need one-off type labor and shit?
Yeah, so like sometimes I'll be having so like I might have to so I got a lot of like the basement. Yeah. I was going to have like this while I was going and like clean straighten out the basement. Like, you know, there's a lot of deep cleaning and stuff I like to have done too. So like,
now he'd be perfect for that. He'd be perfect for that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like you just say, hey, haul all this shit. You got some shit need to be hauled out or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'd be perfect for that. He a big, strong ass nigga. Yeah, he ain't violent.
Okay.
He not on no illicit drugs. You know,
so, you know, so find his information and send me that information. I'm about to go ahead and get on the phone with this bank, get this process started.
All right, I'm gonna send you his information, man. And you know, for one-off jobs, I think he'd be great. Yeah. All right. They ain't turning out so bad. 40 years old though, damn. Stuck in the black restaurant industry, he's gonna have a lot of frustration there, dealing with those people on a daily basis, the customers, the workers, all the vendors, everything. So that's that guy. Anyway, and this is the restaurant that he works. And you heard all these labor problems before. Catering, parties, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. King Shenard, man, you just a constant agitator, huh? It's a constant agitator. Drinks. In case you got some drinks, I want. Go ahead. Don Julio. Margarita, okay.
56,000, 42,000, 32,000. Large sums of money if you're a college student. Those figures.
All right, let me anyway, so that was the one black guy, and he is behind on his rent. Now, what's interesting is you can see kind of how, you know, agitated the guy was initially. You have to bring him down slowly. And then I realized he's 40. I'm like, okay, he's going to be what he's going to be. Anyway, so let me call this African guy. You're going to see a much more deferential tone in the African. Matter of fact, before I do that, you heard the African yesterday, and he says this. He says this right here. This is the African. King should know, if you're not enjoying the content, man, you can always leave. You don't have to complain about what we're doing over here. Anyway, so here's the African. And the African says, hey, I cleared my car payment. I'll send you the rent payments today. Now, what's interesting about this, if you remember what he said day before yesterday or whatever, he says he's driving Uber, the cars, instead of doing the motor scooters and the bikes. On an earlier call, he also acknowledged that the motor scooters and the bikes make more money than the cars. But yesterday, he says the reason why he's driving is because of the weather. It's hot outside. So he can't take the heat. He probably can't take the cold. He's African. He's from Ghana. So he's moved up to a higher cost business, cars, driving people around. And as you can see here, he says the first 2 days of driving for Uber, when you rent a car, you're basically driving for free to pay for the car. And then after that, you can now make money. So this is Wednesday morning. He sent me a tenant text message, and he says, hey, I finally gotten into the green of the, what is it? Is it the green or the red? No, he's out of the red. So he's in the black or whatever. And then now he's able to make some money driving for Uber after renting the car. And so there you go. So here's some other text messages, stuff that I saw on Twitter. Oh, I'm getting off the train this morning. Look at this. Look. Look at this shit. So I'm getting off the train this morning. And I talk to you often about the black make-work jobs in D.C. These aren't real jobs. This isn't much of a real economy.
Where the elevator at?
Look, he got 3 blacks cleaning a damn wall. 3 of them. Look, 3 blacks.
Oh, shit.
Look, 3 blacks clean the wall. Yeah, laughing and giggling the whole fucking way. He wiping. She got her squeegee. There's another woman over there. She just laughing her ass off. They having a good time at work.
Where the elevator at?
Look at 3 blacks. It's 4 blacks actually. To clean this one little wall, 4 fucking blacks required.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. 4 blacks just to clean one damn wall. Again, these are make work jobs in DC. All of those blacks, they're probably making $60,000. And this is on the bus on the way to Southeast today. This is Jesus Christ, I can't even tell this is a man. You know, I do have my glasses, man. I just need to put some lenses in them so I can see. I do have some Ray-Ban Meta glasses. I just haven't put the prescription lenses in there, but Jesus Christ, when you look at this woman right here, every day. Oh, this is interesting. This is 4 blacks, 4. All make work. Yo, Universal Man, I'm interested in, since you're a psychologist in this field of psychology. What did you think about that call, man? 40-year-old man. I didn't even show you all the text messages. Let me show you some of the other text messages. Well, I woke up 38 hot this morning, boy. I was ready to go. Let me see if I can get some of these other text messages from the black guy. Look. This is what he sent me the other day, this morning. Put this on Twitter. All right, this is what he sent me this morning. Before we get to that text right there, that Twitter. All right. Here it is. This is what he sent me this morning. So I said, hey, man, payment has not been settled. This is that Cash App, that half-ass Cash App payment. I said, if it is not in my account by 10 a.m., I'll be changing the code and removing your things. There's no need for all that. And I'm about to call the bank, and I also have my daughter here. He's in the room with his daughter. This is very sad. This is it's a hard way to go. Man working a restaurant, running a restaurant, and here he is with his daughter in his room. Anyway, interesting. And some of the other tweets is the make work jobs. I covered that. The bull. Yo, this is Nolan. I think this is Nolan Wells' funeral. This is the black guy that apparently drowned in Mississippi. Maybe we'll go into a little bit of that. Here's the call. Listen. Here's the video. I guess these are his people that at his funeral. So those are the people, the black guys that they say were his friends at their funeral. You can see that some of the people that really cared about Nolan's not those fake friends. Well, the white friends were in no position to go. They couldn't go to the funeral with all the death threats and stuff like that. So again, we end up in a very segregated situation here. He had what he thought was white friends, or they had what they thought was a black friend in Nolan Wells. But when push came to shove, it was all fake, or it was built on a shaky foundation, and it couldn't withstand the pressures of him drowning. His parents, his mother in particular, has lied about the relationship between those boys. It's very sad. Yeah, he's in Northwest. He probably didn't want his daughter in Southeast, so that's probably the reason for that. Oh, damn, I got to call this African. And you're going to see the difference in tone between the African and the black guy.
Please leave your message for 202.
Yes. Should have phone here.
Please leave your message for 2024136.
This African guy owes me about 5 days of rent. He's been paying daily. He started trying to pay weekly, but that didn't work out for him. So now he's paying daily. And he's having a hard time with that shit. Every day with these people. Every single day. Anyway, here's Nolan Wells. The African, by the way, is headed into the military. Nolan Wells' family hit social media giants with subpoenas after concerns about deleted content. This is very interesting. These people, I think, ultimately, they're going to have to sue this boy's family, the friends, his friend's family, the people that own the boat, so on and so forth. Here's the article. Nolan Wells' family hit social media giants with subpoenas after allegations friends deleted content from his phone. It's just strong allegations being made by this boy and his family without much proof to that. I don't know if there's a video to it. Not, otherwise I'll read it. Nolan Wells' family has issued subpoenas to several social media companies seeking his account information and data as part of the investigation. So this is what's interesting. If they don't have the information, they're issuing subpoenas to several.
As district attorney for the 19th Circuit Court District of Mississippi.
Okay. This is it.
I want to talk directly to the people of Jackson County. Our community is grieving the tremendous loss of Nolan Wells, who is loved and treasured by everyone. Nolan's family deserves answers, and our community deserves answers. Every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, are presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that. We have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. Nolan's case is being handled the same way, with the same care and the same commitment to the truth that we handle all death investigations. I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan.
What's up, Universal?
But we are not taking time for time's sake.
Let me pause there. What's up, Universal? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, John? Not much, man. Good morning.
What did you think about that phone call with that 40-year-old man?
Man, I feel like he's a good dude who's trying to figure it out, but man, he got an uphill mountain to climb, man. Damn. The most fascinating thing I thought though was he just broke down and said, he's like, man, I ain't trying to hire no more blacks. I'm trying to get some Mexicans in here. He knows.
A lot of blacks know. This is the most dangerous thing to these blacks. If the blacks don't want to hire other blacks, then it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Right? It's over. He's the blacks that I can hire, he a little slow and he live in a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
You saying the best I can get out of him is washing dishes. Man,
look,
Washington, D.C., man. Huh?
Yeah, I know. And John, he boiled down. He said, well, if I tell him what to do, will he do it? I mean, that's how bottom level it is for him to get some blacks to work. Can he follow just one direction at a time? Damn.
Now, here's the thing, though, Universal. Why isn't he recruiting some of these Howard students? They clearly come from poor to middle class families at best. They need some work. Their families are poor. They're in college. Why aren't they over there beating the doors down to get jobs?
They too good. They too good to work and bust some tables, wash some dishes, man. I washed dishes for 10 years, John, from 14 to 26 years old in a hospital. Yeah. That's where I learned a lot about business, a lot about teamwork, leadership. Was in a hospital, man. I did every job but cashier. They didn't trust me to do the cashier piece. I did every job in that damn kitchen. Yeah.
And he's in a black restaurant, bro. I would say it's kind of a affluent area. It's Eastern Market. It's near the Capitol. The blacks, there are no blacks that live there. You know what I'm saying? There are very few, right? And unless they got some kind of housing voucher or something like that. And so he's in a neighborhood where his customers don't live there. The workers, they don't live there. He's looking to hire Mexicans and he can't hire the blacks. It's like there just is no ecosystem. But yet they put their businesses in white neighborhoods. Why would you open up a black-ass restaurant on Eastern Market? As you said, as he said, most of his customers are black. That means they got to drive in from PG County or somewhere. Why not just open up in PG County?
Too much to deal with. The stress, the theft, all that.
Yeah. There was a black football player. He tried to do this shit. Victorian. He tried to do it, and this is what happened to him.
You want to put it on the screen? We can't see it.
Yeah, he was a former football player, actually. You may have heard him. Tobias Dorzon. He's actually African. He was shot.
Yeah.
You remember him? He owned 2 restaurants in PG County. And they shot his ass on the way home from work or something. And so this is probably why these blacks are opening up these soul food restaurants in neighborhoods where it really doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense to have a ghetto ass soul food restaurant in an area like Eastern Market. It's just your clientele doesn't live there, you know.
Right.
But they're not going to go in the ghetto. So what do? You have to hope your ghetto people come to you. Yeah, very interesting.
Man, this reminds me of a story I covered probably a year ago on my channel, where we had this black dude, I think he was in St. Louis, and he had opened up a juice spot, and the neighborhood was being gentrified. So he's complaining about the gentrification, not realizing his fucking market is coming in. They're gonna be the ones buying the juices. The juices. But he's so dumb and black and backwards. He's thinking that, you know, his business is gonna be jeopardized because he wants to serve a black community that don't really drink juices like that. But the people who drink them are coming in.
Bro, man, it's so interesting that you mentioned that Universal. I'm gonna show you 2 videos, and hopefully you'll get the picture of what I'm saying here. Here's the first video. Here it is. So this is in Northwest DC.
Yep.
And in Northwest DC, in this part of DC, the Hispanics and immigrants have really taken over the streets. And the city is wink, wink, nod, nod. Okay, y'all can have the streets. You do whatever you want to on the sidewalks, as long as it ain't, you know, illegal. So you're gonna see third world vendors all the way down the street.
Yeah, look how clean it looks though. Even with third world vendors, look how clean it looks. Look at the difference between that and that Howard that we looked at yesterday.
Yeah, look at this shit. These all third world vendors right here. Africans, immigrants. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. See all the motorbikes out there?
Yep.
Those are delivery guys. They're waiting on orders from Starbucks, Chipotle. Look at all this shit. Look how elaborate this is. You know, tents and shit. They got heaters, containers, everything. Look at all this shit. There's one thing I want you to listen to, and then 1 second, just coming up, you right? So down at the end right here, here's a Jamaican guy. Listen to him. Now, one of the things you notice is, this is coconuts and sugar cane.
Okay.
Now, in the third world, you know, Africa, you know, probably El Salvador, shit like that. Like, they are accustomed to buying food off of the street.
Off the street, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So his market is walking up and down the street all day. And they're accustomed to buying coconut juice. He brings the coconuts, he got a juicer, squeeze, cup, coconut, done, right?
Yep.
And he's selling to people that are accustomed to buying this. You keep going. All these people, look at mangoes, right? And none of this shit really spoils fast. You can keep a mango for a few days, I'm sure, without it going bad. Sugarcane, coconuts, same thing. Look at these mangoes all cut up. This is how the Mexicans buy them, right? This is how they buy them in their country, right? Listen to this. Look at the black boys. What they doing? What they selling? What they selling?
A dream. Hope. Look at those scholars.
What they selling? University? They got nothing to sell. Who would they sell it to even if they were going to sell something? They're going to cut the mango.
They might have some weed. They might.
Have some
but
weed.
I don't. But I doubt it. I know that's what I was about to say. I doubt if they. I doubt it.
If they cut up a mango and set up shop next to the mango lady, you think they get more customers than the mango lady? Hell no.
No.
She's gonna get all the Hispanic people to buy that mango shit, right?
Yeah.
So coke. And so now take a look at this video, Universal, because you mentioned something about watermelon or mint flour. You said the people coming in.
Yeah. The pressed juices. Yeah.
Right. Now look at this, and I've shown this before. This is on the same street, just a few blocks down. Same street, a few blocks down. You're gonna hear something in a minute, Universal. Here it comes. You heard that, Universal?
Yeah, I heard a scream. Uh-oh.
That's the black woman screaming. Why is she screaming? Because she's trying to do what the Mexicans do. She's trying to sell food on the street corner. But instead of being in front of a commercial corridor, she's in front of a government agency. It's interesting. It's interesting, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
in a much more gentrified area than the area that the third world people in. So it's going to be mostly white people down here and black bums. Got it? And look what she's trying to sell. At this point, she's so frustrated, she's just smashing up her own shit. She's smashing her own shit.
Oh,
look,
shit.
This is frustration. See that? I can't, she said, I can't. Look at all the bombs around her.
What happened?
Look, she putting the juice in her bags. Time to go. Where's her tent? Does she have a tent?
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at the difference in just the setup.
You see the baby out there? Look at the baby. You see the baby?
Jeez.
You see the baby?
Yeah, I see her. She's about 4 years old. No, that's not. She might be younger than that. She might be about 2.
And there you have it. There you have it, Universal. One group, they're out on the street corners selling food to their people. She's trying to sell lavender iced tea to yuppie white people with this half-ass presentation. Nobody's going to buy it. There's a bobo tea shop right around the corner. They can buy everything, right?
$8 a cup too.
Right.
And they'll go to them before her.
Right. They'll go to them before her. So she should be in the ghetto selling pineapple spears.
Yeah. I mean, shit. She should to get a lot quicker, a lot further.
You know what
I'm saying,
man? Because none of these white people and none of the black people are looking to buy $5 lavender iced tea.
No.
Nah. And the white people that are here, they got the money to go to an official place and buy it, so they don't need her.
Yeah.
She has no market. But she's probably too afraid to be over in the ghetto. So she tries to come here. It's so fucking illogical for her being here.
Yeah, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing that's fascinating about this is she has about 8 people around her. I wonder how many of those folks bought one thing.
Oh, those are bombs. Those are bombs. Like, those are homeless bums. They hang around this government agency building right here. That's where you probably go get your food stamps, recertified, that type of thing.
Yeah.
That's that building. And so that's what she's up against. Go ahead.
Just looking at these 2 clips, right?
Mm-hmm.
We just seen you walk down the street and walk through maybe about 5 to 6 different ethnicities, all functioning in the ecosystem of America, figuring it out with little to nothing, right?
Yeah.
And then you come here, these folks are probably from DC.
Yeah.
They're the ones talking about the mumbo sauce and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And they have no economic system.
They got nothing.
That is insane.
That's what I'm trying to explain to these people. They got nothing.
John, how many people do you think you walked by in that first clip that don't even speak English? They probably know 20 English words, maybe.
Yeah.
I bet you it's beyond 10 people, and it's still functioning in the economy. We have a serious problem. You can call us tap dancers, whatever you want, man. Like, we're really fucked up, man. Like, we're really in a bad position here, and if you're not going to be honest about that, like, I don't know what you're going to do, man. The world is moving.
This is what the easy bands of the world, when they were reviewing Brave and I yesterday, you know, that black man, the mentally ill black man, he said he wants $50 or $60 an hour for labor after asking me for 50 cents, bro. Get the hell out of here. Nobody wants to deal with somebody that mentally ill and thought that they're worth $50 an hour while begging. And again, you know what's so interesting about it? And we should look up the Easy Bands. One of the things that blacks don't understand, like, sure, you can make $50 or $60 cutting grass if you have your own tools and machines.
Yeah.
But you're not going to use mine and charge me the going rate. Right? Like, and so they were saying, well, you know, maybe he does grass cutting for a living, but he has no grass cutting tools. Right? Like, that's the going rate for grass cutters. Yeah, for people with tools and experience.
Yeah.
But he just has hands. He doesn't have any knowledge of how to manicure a lawn, nor does he have the tools. So $50 an hour $50 just sounds absurd from a man asking 50 cents. If you just say, hey, he should say, I wouldn't work for whatever you got, sir. I might hit begging 50 cents. Like, those blacks saw nothing wrong with him begging for 50 cents. Like, that's amazing to me. While homeless and jobless, any job is better than nothing when you're broke, right?
Correct.
When did that change? Amazing.
It changed with hope and change. That's when it changed. A lot of blacks believe that they are owed something by this country. No matter what they ask for, they are supposed to get, because if you think about it from this is where the psychology comes in. Think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Those base level needs, the government supplements those things for blacks. So already, if they know that they have that safety net, that they're gonna always get housing and shelter and shit, even food and sex is in that too. Like, it's a weird thing. They know that they'll always be protected from those things. They're always looking for those next levels on that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And they don't, but you have to work for it. That's what this world tells you have to work for. But for blacks, we don't understand that, man.
I heard Be Brave last night on Izzy's channel, man. He couldn't make any headway with them blacks. I don't think they were able to understand what he was saying. Brave said, you know, I never made much more than $15 an hour my whole life, but I live very simple. And he's saying that to a man that has Versace glasses, Gucci fitted hats, all this kind of stuff. Like, I don't even think, veneer. I don't even, and they're criticizing Brave's teeth while lauding Izzy for having nice teeth. But Izzy's a poor man. He's not rich, right? He's got a long life to live, presumably, hopefully. Were his teeth that important? Maybe, I don't know how bad his teeth were. Maybe they were. But it's the gewgaws of life, the flashiness, where they're not investing in themselves even. I asked Izzy, I said, do you have a mixer? You've been doing this for years. Right? No mixer, bro. I don't even think he knew what it was.
Oh, no.
Like, he's been doing this for years, man. And again, they're not willing to invest in themselves, learn anything. They just think they should show up and, you know, they give a gap, whatever.
Hit play.
Man.
Hit live. Man, damn.
Yo, did you see the roast of Kevin Hart? It was a while back.
No, I did not.
So I watched that shit with Lisa last night. And I had to, you know, put aside, you know, what is he even worthy of a roast for? I don't know. I don't watch TV, so I don't know much about it. Like, is he like some big ass superstar? I don't know.
Yeah, Kevin Hart's he's a pretty notable person. He's definitely in the $100 million club for sure. So yeah, he's pretty big. Yeah.
Like, what's his big movie? Is he like a star actor? I don't know anything about.
Well, I think his biggest thing is his Netflix deals, because he always puts out his comedy specials and his movies get released on Netflix. But he's got some pretty big movies.
Okay, I don't know anything about him. So anyway, they're doing the roast of him, and I don't know what the hell, you know, much about him. But then they start every one of the people focus on Cheryl Underwood, and apparently Cheryl Underwood's husband killed himself.
Damn, I didn't know that. No, I did not know that. No. Is she still acting? I don't know. Last time I seen her in something.
I thought she was a comic or something.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, but she's been in some movies and stuff.
And so the everyone that was roasting Kevin Hart, they like tore into Cheryl Underwood. And you know where they went with this. Like,
weight and looks. Oh yeah.
One man said she looked like a man. And I couldn't help but notice that, like, damn, like that's gotta be rough talk for Cheryl Underwood because we've been talking about that here, beauty desert shit like that. And here's a woman looking like a man, and they're pointing it out under the veil of comedy. They wouldn't say that in person, off script. Anyways, and it was scripted. He was reading these things. That's very interesting to me. But anyway, what's up, Master Kim?
Hey, what's up, John? Hey, what's up, Universal?
Hey, what's up,
John?
Master Kim?
Very good commentary. One thing I wanted to throw out there, at least the way I see it, is what you guys are doing, not only with the Today stream, but the other additional streams, is you're trying to provide a roadmap and show people how to unlock the code. Why are these other minorities seem to be making it? And bear with me 1 second, let me turn off my radio, sorry.
No problem. Yeah, just
sorry about
that. Yep, go ahead, Miss Kim. Go ahead.
Why other cultures or other people seem to be making it, and what you're providing with this stark, perspectives is, trying to unlock the code that could potentially change things, change behavior. And although some of the comments are, probably not that flattering about Black people or whatnot, but it's important to kind of connect the dots. And I think that's what your show is doing. Obviously, Universal does it in a more sophisticated, from his, what his credentials and what he does for a living. So, but yeah, and as far as the bull mammy, I would pledge to say that I think the bull mammy concept is a kind of genocide. They're too ugly to want to fuck, and pushes these men towards other culture. And, it's not only visual, but their attitude. So it's a double whammy of pushing men in another direction. I think that is going to contribute to the lower birth rates of pure African Americans. So one could throw that in addition to, again, this is just.
That is very interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to throw that in there because they're not encouraged to look pretty or act feminine, and therefore it's probably the small hats and someone else, pulling the strings behind the curtain or whatnot. Of course, I'm just saying more of a belligerent comment, but if you think about it, in addition to the high level abortion rate, which I'm anti-abortion, I think this whole bull mammy concept, they're the only culture on the planet not being shunned for this male kind of a belligerent behavior, and as a result, it's pushing fine Black men into the arms of Turkish, Spanish, Asian ass women, or white women, or chubby ass white women in a bowling alley at 3 o'clock in the morning. Right? They got no other choice.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to hijack the stream. I love it, but I just wanted to say that what you're doing is trying to although again.
Oh, we lost Master Kim there.
You're trying to force their face into it so that they understand some perspective and try to unlock the code. Like, for example, why would someone, why don't they sell soul food in the demographics that are likely to buy it? And it's because of the severe danger. On your earlier stream, you mentioned about the guy that had caught a case, so he couldn't own a gun and tried to open up a shoe store and got. I mean, those stories are all over the place.
Yeah.
But just the plotting, just the plotting to know he couldn't have a pistol and know that he's an easy mark. Just that mindset was mind blowing, man. You need to replay that stream again. People need to hear that story.
Here's what Master Kim is talking about right here. This is what Master Kim is talking about right here. The City Beast case is the shoe store that I showed you on Martin Luther King just earlier today. Involved Malcolm Hines, owner of the City Beast shoe store in Congress Heights, who was arrested on felony gun charges after police found a loaded shotgun hidden in the store. What's interesting, shotguns have a special place in the law, in that you can have when DC had banned pretty much all guns, you could still own a shotgun. There were some legal things that you could still own a shotgun, but if you were a felon, you could not. And so here's a guy that took a chance on opening up a store in the ghetto, and they were robbing him and shit. He had a prior felony conviction for cocaine in 2003, turned himself around. And so possessing a firearm violated the law. And that's the story that I showed you today, where the blacks knew that either he was going to be unarmed or probably hesitant to use it. And so they were willing to rob him for that. And he went to prison. He's trying to turn his life around and ended up going to prison for that. That's
John? Also keep in mind, and I'm going to say again, if they can Google, Martin Luther King and Alabama Avenue, or what's the other intersection near your area that,
Malcolm X.
all the houses are full. These are probably the wealthiest broke people probably in the nation. And if they're committing horrendous crimes in that zip code, that says something. I mean, there's nothing but money being made in your zip code. I mean, people just need to Google those intersections and realize all the houses are full. Government jobs. The government's there. Everything's there, and it's just absolutely crazy that violent crimes are taking place within walking distance. But yeah, okay, John. Sorry.
I showed you the government make work jobs in the subway, though, right? Did you see that?
Yes.
I mean, that's Washington, D.C., man. No other jurisdiction can do that because our train systems are largely subsidized by the federal government because the federal government workers use the trains. So that's the justification for it. It doesn't have a profit loss ledger like any other jurisdiction. Most jurisdictions probably don't have it anyway, but DC's in the extreme in that. They can run their bus system with no care if no one paid because it moves the government workers around. They're going to pay. The government pays for them to ride the train. That's very interesting.
Wow. Yeah, it is interesting.
Mm-hmm. Like even if they don't ride the train, they still get tickets, like a subsidy.
Yeah.
To ride the train,
a lot of go ahead, Mexican. No, go ahead. You're featured.
Just real quick, John. So this is how the Koreans are helping stop the Black American genocide. Oh, you know where I'm going with this. The beauty salons, huh? The yaki weaves and all that, and the shea butter, the jelly nails. The Vietnamese help too. So we're trying to encourage more Black American births by trying to be a stop
like
to the bull mammy situation. Yeah, we're trying to help. So the Korean Americans are trying to help. The Vietnamese are trying to help from an assist standpoint. Yes, that's exactly right.
You helping our people out, Mexican. Hey, I went to NC University in Mexican while you're up here. $64,000 for Howard University. Your thoughts?
Ooh. That's 1 year, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Whew, man, not at Howard. If it was one of my children, I couldn't do it. Not at Howard. No.
Well, why do you think they're doing it?
Just to say that they went to a Black institution to have an experience. I heard the video that you played yesterday with the lady. And she said, my daughter, she's going to PWIs her whole life. Yeah. We want to give her a Black experience, and now she's got to get treated like this. She probably should have. There was a reason why she put her kids in the PWIs their whole life. Why did she decide to make the shift? Idolatry.
Well, they live to put your child in the PWI high school. You got to live in the PWI zone.
Yes, exactly. Right? That's exactly. Unless you're putting them in private school, and that's the only difference.
And now they want to send them to a Black, HBCU. They want to segregate themselves, right? And look how that turned out.
It didn't work. And no.
And at 64,000, the bigger thing is like you look at the degrees that these people are getting. Sociology, stuff like that.
Yep.
And you're hearing some of the parents, many of them are working class parents. These are not aristocrats. They're coming up with $9,000, $10,000, $2,700 every month. And you start to say, well, what would be a suitable alternative or maybe a better alternative for that amount of money? Would you, if your child said, hey, I want to go to Howard and major in sociology, would you mortgage your house for that?
Absolutely not. No.
Master Kim?
And this is from somebody with a sociology degree. I ain't know what the hell I was doing, but no.
64,000. Would you mortgage your house for that, Master Kim? A year?
Absolutely not. And John, to your earlier comment, this is just delayed adulthood, just or whatever the term would be, to just keeping these kids adolescents, and also trying to show off and try to brag about my kids going here and there, like getting a new Tesla. The difference between the aristocrats, as you so rightfully mentioned, they're going to pressure that kid to make sure that they're getting a degree that they can monetize into an actual career of some sort. So there's nothing wrong with these parents being all proud and stuff about their kid getting there, but I think it's just for the show. But that's it. There's no meat on the bone beyond that. Just get them in school so that they can go to social media and hype it up. And
I want you
they don't got the money.
contrast. I want you to contrast some of them bull mammy parents that were talking on the videos about Howard, right? And then I want you to compare them to say Rick Chow. What's the difference between those two? Any thoughts?
But it wasn't his son working in the store.
Okay, that's one point.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
You know, severe cultural thing. Most parents, not just Asians, would want to kind of fade into the background while their kids are on the path of success, whereas the bull mammies are trying to shine because they, in theory, want to get fucked and keep the next generation going.
Would you invest $64,000 in this woman to get education? This woman in the middle.
No.
Depending on
bull, that's her mama right there. The big bull on the left. Saying, my child is depressed, anxiety. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is what I'm talking about. Where everybody, remember I said it's a gangster country and you're picking the bones of people. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Expect me to pay, and you said no. Well, that your deadline is this. You cannot pay anymore.
How much was the 50% for you?
9,000. Yeah, it's even more than what they're saying. It's 9,000, and even at that, we're willing to pay that money just for that traumatic effect and depression and anxiety to go away. I mean,
$9,000 just to get rid of anxiety, depression, and that traumatic effect. Howard is out here selling trauma. You want to get rid of your trauma? Cough up 9,000. These people are never going to be anything, man. Education or not, this woman probably this is probably a first generation immigrant. Fair?
Correct. Yep.
Been told that American education is the way to go, and here she is causing her to put hard-earned money to send this child to school to learn what? Sociology? She doesn't, I don't think she even recognizes what she's doing. She's just following what she's been told to do. Education will lead to success. That's really what I believe.
Yeah. The new American dream. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the new American dream. You listen to it. Here's another woman. You think this woman is wealthy here? Look at this woman. Think she got money?
No. She got some nice glasses though, but no.
She's a parent. It's a parent.
it's not fair.
It's not fair. There's another parent. It's not fair. I want you to listen to this boy. Listen to this boy. These are all poor people.
While I tried to make my payment, our account said there was nothing due. And only a couple of days ago, we just saw the notification that there was money due. And then we got the unenrollment email.
And what was that balance from? That was, had you already paid? Was there financial aid pending? I
want you to hear what this guy gonna say, because he's probably some kind of what they would call him teller. Probably Caribbean.
Yeah, he's definitely
teller.
He's definitely teller. Yeah, absolutely.
You think this guy might be Caribbean? Right,
second
generation.
Listen
to what he's about to say.
Still a little confused. They said they would tell us, like, call me back to tell us what went wrong. Yesterday, I came there at around 9.
Look.
They said they would call me back the same day. Yeah. We came back at like work. So, and my mom has made tons of sacrifices to get me into this school in the first place. And she wasn't even able to make it yesterday because she's working like overtime to
overtime to go to Howard.
He see, when families in this type of situation, he should be at a community college and then transfer in later. But they want the facade and the status of going to a Howard, and they're stretching themselves to make it happen. And Howard's not even that big of a school. That's the crazy part. Can you imagine?
It's not that big.
If they were at Penn State
big at all.
Can you imagine they at Penn State or not? I'm not even gonna go Ivy. I'm just talking about big time public schools. They can't make it at Howard, man. He needs to be at fucking DC Tech or some shit.
But financially, if he were at Penn State, he would probably have all kinds of scholarships, blah, 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 right?
But academically, he probably can't get them.
But yeah, assuming he got into Penn State, he'd probably be on a free ride. Is that fair?
Yeah.
He'd probably be on a free ride. But
Hey, John, Universal.
yeah.
No, please continue. I'm sorry, John.
No, go ahead. Hey, Master Kim, you have
know,
a son in college. Did your son get a free ride?
Oh hell no! But John, they don't mention. Okay, let's say that there's 2 to 3% that represent these people that are that are all shocked. What about the 97% that did apply and write and respond to the emails, the letters, the calls, all that stuff? They don't mention anything about the ones that did work out a payment plan and did get their financial aid. They're not mentioning anything about those people. They're just mentioning the dummies that probably don't even renew their driver's license or the tags on their license plate on time. They're not mentioning the successful ones.
That's part of it, Master Kim. Like, going to college is probably a lot of paperwork. Universal mentioned the law changes and stuff like that. And from my memory, refund checks allow a lot of people to live while they were in college. Right?
John,
I did.
John, when you get the chance, maybe not at this precise moment, but can we talk about that lemonade or that tea stand that lady chipped out on? Yeah. If she had a man in the mix, it doesn't matter what type of man, black, white, Uganda, it doesn't matter. That man would have grabbed that bitch by the scruff of her neck, gave her that look like, bitch, you better pick the, like that. Don't be going crazy that you're going to work. In fact, I'm going to leave. I was supporting you at this little stand. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go home and air condition and you're going to work all day. That man would have forced that bitch to be a tough business lady and not just.
I don't know. I don't know, Mexican.
Melt down. I mean, it was Mexicans.
I don't know, Mexican.
Hey,
maybe
dog,
in the Mexican culture. Maybe.
Well, Mexican guys or Latin or Asian guy would have grabbed her. I mean, not hit her, not physically hit her in public, but grab her by that neck like when black moms got their kid in the middle of Walmart, they're looking around and be like, "You lucky we in the middle of Walmart. I'll beat your ass." And
I don't know, Master Kim. The reason why I say I don't know, Master Kim, is because at the point that she's out there with her baby, he can't. The relationship is already kind of upside down. He should be out there, and she should be home with the baby.
Showing the frustration of just damaging her own stuff, no different than that dude with beating up your microwave, right? Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, with the absence of a man, shows up like the parole officer. Like when you're on probation, you can't be acting a fool in front of right. The men are kind of a probation officer to these low wit women.
Well, here's her menu. And her man is going to show up in, this is the second video. I came back another day. The next day after she chimped out and beat up her, her materials and stuff. I came back the next day just out of curiosity to see if she would even still be there. With the frustration, in business, Master Game, this, Universal knows, there have been some days you're like, damn, all this shit went wrong today. Inspection went bad, this, that, and the other. Somebody's not paying me. Would she come back the next day? Is what I was curious to know. And she did, to her credit. And here is her menu. Damn, you may not be able to see it. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit closer. Oh, I got it right there. Damn, right there. So basically she has, looks like lavender sweet tea, mint sweet tea or something like that. And some kind of, what is this? Mango something, watermelon mango something, and lavender mint sweet tea. So it's $5 and $3. I'm not sure if you can see that on the screen. So these are her drinks. This is a very gentrified area of DC. The people that live there are going to be fairly affluent, high income. They're not buying anything from her off the street. Would you say that's fair, Mr. Kim?
Yep, that's right.
Like, no, not even black people. I asked some black people, hey, would you buy a drink from this woman that's making this shit up on the side on the sidewalk? No, they wouldn't buy it. The point I'm making is she's first generation selling on the street. Is that fair? Would you say that's fair?
Oh, absolutely.
Her mammy never sold anything on the street. Her daddy may have sold drugs, but he hid that from her. So this is the first strikeout at trying to sell retail at the street level.
Hey, John?
She has, yeah.
Yeah, please forgive me. I didn't see really what the lady looked like, but if she was halfway cute, she could sell the men. There's no doubt about that, because men's hygiene standards as far as food are much lower. And if she was halfway fine,
if she was in the ghetto, she was skinny enough.
Yeah,
she was skinny enough that she probably could pull it off in the ghetto.
Okay.
If she had a different product, let's say if she was selling nutcrackers or
Nice.
pineapple spears and something like that, right, with the Kool-Aid in it, she could do that in the ghetto. But right here, she has no market. The Hispanics could set up right next door to her and just start peeling mangoes. And there are enough Hispanics right there that are accustomed to buying products off of the street that they could make a go of it. There are not enough Americans accustomed to just walking down the street buying drink off of the sidewalk. That's not how we consume food and drink, right? Would you say that's fair?
Or she could have like faked the funk like Asians do, with other Chinese restaurants. These are not actually Chinese people, right? She could have just been popping coconuts, go buy a bunch of coconuts and just like do that Caribbean shit. If she was halfway smart, I know people would do that. I don't know in the middle of the sidewalk,
but that's not her though.
That's not her. You're right.
But that, like the people up the street, the Mexicans in the Caribbean, they were doing it, right? Universal. I showed it to you.
Yep.
But that's not her. They know coconuts in America like that. You know, she's not accustomed to cracking coconuts. The tools that you would use to crack it open, and at the hell they probably use a machete, chop it open, and whatever the hell they're doing. She's not used to that. She's trying to sell the yuppies, mango, lemon, lavender. That's yuppies. The blacks that are out there aren't buying that. The white people aren't buying it. She's selling to nobody. The best she's going to get is charity, and that's what I'm showing you here. This is nothing but charity.
Yesterday, I want to donate to you. Hey, I saw what happened to you yesterday. I want to donate to you. Man, that was rough for you. I saw that yesterday. It's very rough. I don't have a lot of money, but it's $1. Yeah, I know it's very rough. Yeah.
That's her boyfriend right there. Who wear the pants in that house, Universal?
Oh, there's only one pants, and it's the bull. He's the matador in the bedroom. That's it. That's the only time you get the bull to move, man. That's it.
She got the baby, which is the welfare benefits, correct? Who calling the shots in this household? She got
Big
the food.
Mama.
She got the food stamp that allow her to buy these inputs, the ingredients for this drink. That's where the ingredients came from. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's Kim, right?
Yeah.
He don't got any food stamp. He has no say in this matter. This is the upside down relationship that I'm showing you. He's right here on the street. JP, to his credit, he got the food stamp. He got the children. He got the welfare check. He got the food stamp. For better or for worse, he's out front here. In this man's case, he's coming up the rear.
Yeah.
Get it now? Very interesting. It's very, very, very interesting. And that's why
that is the black female dynamic in most black communities around this country, and this is why we're cooked. Because right here, the black woman is the economic driving force, attempting to do shit that's out of her scope. The black man has no leverage, and the babies are just anchors for assistance. We're cooked, man. Call me a tap dancer if you want. You can't prove me wrong.
Hey, John, this video is just an excellent exercise in, I guess business, mindset of what is this lady, there's nothing wrong with her trying to do something in addition to whatever else she's got going on, but at least give it some like in-depth thought, and everything you illustrated. Wrong products, wrong area, wrong everything, wrong mindset. The barrier to entry is super low, so that means that the Mexicans and everyone else can do it and actually do it better. And yeah, this is great insight.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, I'm done, John. I'm sorry.
No, Master Kim, you're thinking like a Asian / white man, Master Kim. She did give it thought. Where do you think the lavender came from? That was the thought.
Yeah.
The black mind likes the shiny thing, the lavender, the mango splash. That was the thought. That was the thought right there. And she said, you know what? I could take it right to the government building. People be coming in and out of there all day. That was the thought.
Yeah.
She didn't have the cultural economic system to figure out how to make this work. If you go back to that first video, there was coconuts in a net. Where do you think that man got those goddamn coconuts from? They don't grow coconuts in DC.
But what do you think he got the idea to do it from? He probably did it in his country, right? He probably did that shit in his country. Like Americans aren't accustomed to cracking coconuts, selling juice on the side of the street, maybe at a festival or something.
But we like some lavender, incense. Lavender smell good.
But that's yuppie though.
Yeah,
like you go to some of these fancy yuppie tea spots and they have a lavender mint tea. That's where she got that from. Her. Basically, her rubbing shoulders, being in proximity to these tea shops, she thought she could service the same people that buy that shit.
Correct.
Right? But she can't do that. She doesn't know how upper middle class people think.
No.
So she doesn't know how to service them. She knows how ghetto people think. She should try to service ghetto people. There'll be more in her wheelhouse. This is not her wheelhouse.
Man, honestly. What's up, guys? She could have thrown some hibiscus on in the drink.
Yo, she can't spell it. She couldn't spell it, Latino. She couldn't spell it.
Make it Hawaiian and shit.
Like her chipping out in front of the baby, right? They kind of showed you that she, doesn't have the the capacity to handle setbacks. And if you're going to be in business, you're going to have setbacks. Trust me.
Yeah, man. I mean, but I got to give her an A for effort at least, man. To be having little 3-4-year-old and carrying whatever she's carrying to open up a stand or whatever you think resembles a stand.
Yeah,
it's a lot for one individual, especially in her size.
Yeah, she was a small lady. That is true.
We just heard from Izzy Benz that C's get degrees. Stop trying to get this lady an A. She get a C for effort. Come on. I just seen some folks. I seen some of your cousins who don't speak a lot of English with a better presentation than this lady.
Yeah,
not an A.
And carry more. The other day I seen a Haitian lady carry her laundry on her head and carrying it on her hands, bro. And it was a lot of laundry. Literally like maybe 80 pounds of laundry, bro. Nope, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just like, God damn, strong neck.
Look at this shit right here, Universal Latino, Master Kim. This is in the ghetto. You see what that wagon he pulling?
Yeah, what he got on there?
Snacks, candy.
Snacks and shit.
Ghetto shit.
He know what you like.
He know what you like, the snack man.
Yeah, but can I ask y'all a question? Y'all gotta answer honestly. Like, if you was to see a young FBA in a wagon like that, and you see this individual with his wagon, and you wanted to buy, I don't know, some type of candy or whatever, who would you buy it from?
What, him or who?
Or an FBA?
If he don't look like a YN, I would give a little black boy a chance. That's
that's what I'm saying.
Little bit, yeah.
But if he took that same wagon, if he took that same wagon up the Northwest, nobody's buying this shit from him. He's not selling anything.
Well, John, keep in mind, most black men, especially if they're doing like a hustle like that, have probably got a very charismatic personality. So this guy knows how to talk to people, get people cracking up. You know what I mean? So I would say every time I've seen someone doing their little hustle, whatnot, doesn't matter if it's outside Ben's Stadium in Atlanta.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Somewhere that they've got a charismatic personality, trying to make friends, trying to, it's part of the art form versus this dumb bitch selling that frozen Kool-Aid with their kid all angry, just horrible personality. Can't be too friendly because I wasn't sure if she was good looking or not. But yeah, so I'm going to say that is the blessing of a lot of black men, is they know how to finesse people in a good way from having a single mother. They know how to just finesse it better.
No, you're definitely right about that, because I talked to this man. He did have a jockey, jocular, jovial attitude. I'm the candy man, and some of you saying, hey, get your candy, And he walking through the neighborhood ghettos with that shit. So
just like the guy in the Nutcracker in New York. He's like, he told the guy, he's like, he bought one. He's like, oh, this is pretty good. He's like, yeah, one ain't gonna do the trick. You're gonna have to buy 2 more, and you know, I'll give you a 3 for $25 real quick, a deal. You know what I mean? Upsell.
Yeah, John and Universal.
Hold on, Mexican. This is a very interesting comment by Roller Skater Texas Girl. This is one of the reasons why I don't eat out anymore. It's not about the cooking. It's about more or less before they even start cooking, this shit could be spoiled, infected with bacteria, rats, anything. You know, it's the main reason because I house a lot of these people that work in these restaurants. You heard the guy earlier say, these people throw their damn dishes away. Did you hear that, Mexican?
Yes.
That was something, right? And to be doing that in a small restaurant, this is not a big chain. They can't handle you throwing away a fryer.
Right.
They can't handle that. They show up the next day, the fryer is gone, and they can't cook. Now they got to go get one at retail price. It doesn't work like that. And that's what he was saying. Like, just damn, at the lowest level, people to wash dishes, it costs them money.
Yeah,
bro.
That's amazing. That's really amazing when you think about it, you know. And this is why I say, man, I didn't even think about this when I said landlords be very wary of renting to people who work in black restaurants. And this guy just really went into detail as to why. Am I wrong?
Yep. He sure did. No.
That shit crazy because, like, I don't know, when I worked at the universities, right? We would have a special day at least 3 or 4 times of the year where we would close the whole cafeteria and we would have a checklist, man, and we would just clean that motherfucker up and down, bro. The back of ovens, the oven inside, man, I'm telling you, bro.
You know, I saw a video of a lady. Let's see if I can find it. And I think that for running business, you really, you know, if you're going to do street business, you have to really be, you know, about the business, you know, staying on top of things. And here's a video that I saw. Let's see if I can find it. No, I have it.
Do y'all need licenses and shit over there to sell stuff on the street?
Man, they letting people do whatever the hell they want to do out here, bro.
That's crazy because you need that shit over here.
Nah, they letting you do whatever the hell you want to do. Oh yeah, this is the video. I want to share this with you.
Yeah, you can't go to downtown and just start selling shit, bro.
You don't think so?
Not here.
In Boston?
That's been like a big thing, bro. Like, because there's people that actually buy carts, bro, and like do vending in downtown, bro. Like, and they got permits and shit for that.
Like, you know, they've been selling illegal purses in Manhattan down in Soho for 30 years.
Yeah, that's New York. No, New York is a different jungle, bro.
Every now that. Here's what I saw. Look at this lady. She's doing the whole retail sales stuff. Of course, she's got music, and we'll zoom through it. But listen.
While we're waiting for the next.
But like, look at the detail of her stand. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Like, now compare it to the young black girl.
Yeah.
Way different.
She has more organized. You know, she's more.
Is she Caribbean or do we know?
Probably.
Yeah.
It only takes a minute, but it helps us stay organized.
Now she may not be.
So workspace clean.
Man,
No,
all I know is this Jamaican
While
spot
we're
here, Brockton, man.
Around.
Good at spot.
Man, this reminds John. There's this woman on YouTube. I might have sent you her. This white lady. She's real popular now, but she was just selling hot dogs down in Florida. And man,
yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Latino? She's kind of thick a little bit.
Yeah.
She's making a killing down there selling hot dogs, dude.
Is she a white woman?
But she see, I don't know. She I don't know if she's white. She gotta have at least some Spanish flair to her, or that shit rubbed on her because, you know, it's in Florida or whatever. But man, there was a video where she was selling a hot dog to the guy, and she's like, "You want a small one or a big one? Because I like the big ones." And the guy, just because she said that, right? The guy was like, "Fuck it, I'll get the big one." So you know, the big one costs more money. Like, she just upsells. Like,
yeah.
Like, you get what I'm saying? So she's using her sexuality to sell dogs, bro. But it's working.
Yep, it's working.
Yo, check this right here.
Yeah, hey, John.
Yeah.
So this might be something that Universal and Latino probably don't know because they're younger, but you and I are closer in age. But back in the day, every hood from Baltimore to Detroit, there would be an older African American lady, and in my case, Miss Geraldine, on 7 Mile in like a Pembroke. It was at their personal house. You walk in, and it was a candy store in their front living room.
We had that too.
All right. Oh,
You know,
okay, yeah.
You know what's interesting about that Mexican? If you go to like some of the Caribbean countries, at least, they'll have that off the back of their houses in the Caribbean.
That's amazing. I think those are a dying breed because of the bridge card and Visa, MasterCard, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But those were a nice little setup and whatnot. And you just don't see this. And as far as that lemonade lady, I'd be kind of curious if she has any electronic, if she can take Cash App or any of that stuff. Visa, MasterCard. I know all the Mexicans, they got it on Jam. They got it on Jam. Yep.
Yeah, my aunt does that. Like,
I bet she can take Cash App.
At the very least. It doesn't take much to get a Square account, though. I mean, that's not hard.
Mm-mm.
You need a business account typically,
but you know, I've seen people like the Mexicans and the Latinos. They'll have like a big old laminated card with the QR code of their Cash App to make it easier for people to use their Venmo and Cash App. You know, so they expect it and they make it a lot easier as well.
Right there on the glass, right there in the front of the barber. There's a QR scan code. You scan it, boom. The Cash App is right there. Cash App, PayPal, you name it.
You know, I was
Is that a Dominican shop? Hold on 1 second, John.
Yeah.
I ain't seen that in no black shop. Is that a Dominican barber shop? Okay,
Dominican barber shops. And also, the Dominicans also have applications, bro, where some nerd would make them an application straight up for the barbershop, or they will go through another third party, and basically you can make appointments through the app.
For their shop specifically.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you see a lot of barbershops in there nowadays because it's just it's just a software. They can overlay it for your companies, I think. Yo, I was watching Izzy one day, and this is what he had on. And he was talking about LeBron going to the Knicks. So who he's going to 76ers?
Philly.
Right. So he had the 76ers hat on. If you can see it.
They got Jaylen Brown too.
And so a lady wrote in the comments, she said, 50, I'm assuming it's a lady, 50-year-old still wearing stickers on the fitted.
Damn.
And she went on to talk about like AI could get you some content. And this may be it right here. ChatGPT can help with content ideas, Izzy. Yo. Here's another guy. I'll never understand why you dudes have such a hard time coming up with content ideas. These are people that are listening to him, ridiculing his look, and then ridiculing the content. Saying, hey, just use ChatGPT if you can't come up with anything.
You know, blacks can't take feedback. That's hate, you know.
And then when you look at Izzy's streams, you be like, damn, maybe she got a point. Right? Like, if I ban somebody from over here, I don't even want to talk about them anymore. Fuck, they banned, right? Right? But then if you go look at Izzy's channel, it's like, I'm banned. They paid to get me out of there, but he disrespects his audience by still talking about me. Right? Am I wrong about this? Am I looking at this the wrong way?
I mean, that's what they pay for, right?
Right. They don't want to hear from me. And then he goes in showing videos, like reviewing a video of me. This audience paid to not see me. But yet you're going to bombard them with a video on the backup channel, no less? Amazing.
Hey, John, I most certainly think Izzy is a good showman. He's got a great podcast, but I will say it is weak when he's just name calling you, being a drug addict, this and that, and never is critical about your topic or the points you raise. That's never even mentioned. It's all towards, oh, John's this, John's that, which is kind of silly. And again, I've admitted I think he's got a great showman. But when it comes to you, there's no meat on the bone. He just calls you names and drug addict or this or that. That's it. He doesn't pick on your topics at all.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't bother me, because he just. But for the things that are important, he will be honest. I think, and this is Izzy Bands. And Be Brave came up on Izzy's show yesterday.
A 50 motherfucker asking for 50 cents. When he talks about doing a job, he wants.
This is. I can't believe he reviewed. I really can't believe he reviewed this. This really shows how low. Universal. What do you think about him reviewing this?
I didn't see this one particular, but I did see one where him and I think Be Brave was on his panel.
This is yesterday.
So it was this? Okay, so they were speaking about mass shooting. They were speaking about mass shooting, and I'm like, yo, Izzy's trying to change the definition of it, bro. And I'm just like, yeah, you're wrong, dude. I had to Google it because I thought I was going crazy here for a moment.
But if you forget about the mass shooting, honestly, I can't believe that Izzy showed me showing this mentally ill black man, by his own words, demanding $50 an hour and defending that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the people in his audience were like, yeah, it costs $50, $60 an hour to get your hair cut in, your yard cut in the Northeast, but they're not taking into account this boy has no tools, no materials, no experience.
Yeah.
This was really amazing.
Be worth that or how
talking about yard, shit.
$60 an hour. Then he's blaming me and other people for the fee of $60. It's wild. It's wild.
Listen, is
but he's saying that no, this means that he wants to get $50 or $60 an hour. Then he's blaming me and other people for the fact that this man wants $50 or $60 an hour. And then he's saying that this is a reflection of the black community. Yeah, be a slave has to be stopped. This man tagged you in this for you for a couple of days. Now he's been trying to get your attention, going from channel to channel because he's upset he got booted, mentioned it several times. Yeah, well, listen, if he wasn't such a broke, the landscape is, this is America. This is out here since 8 a.m. Nah, this not no rage bait take. This ain't no rage, but these nigmas got raw. But listen to what this nigma saying. This is wild. This is some wildish.
There probably isn't a handful of blacks in all of America that are worth $50 to $60 an hour once you subtract the DEIs. Would you say that fair?
Well, I don't know about trying to number it, but I guarantee you, if you're doing 50 or 60 an hour, that's some goddamn that's some trained ass fucking.
I'm gonna ask you, Universal Latino, what percentage of blacks do you think can command $60 an hour?
Shit, I don't even think the normal person can get $60 an hour.
Most jobs are not going to pay you $6 an hour. Now, if you're on the street trying to do some quick work, it depends on the work. Cutting the grass, no.
I'm usually looking for a job that pays me between 23 and 25.
But this guy here,
I know where I stand. You know what I mean?
But where the hell does he get $50, $60 an hour from? That's amazing, bro. A man begging? This is what Blue Braves, man. Like, what? And Izzy Band's up here defending him. The audience is defending him.
Because he's black. Idolatry. He deserves whatever he asked for because he's a black man. And blacks have been treated wrong in this country since we got here. And everybody owes us something but ourselves.
I mean, and it's not to say that he could work his way up and make $60 to $100 an hour.
Man. Don't even talk about that, man. This boy ain't no $50, $60 an hour in his career, in his lifetime. He's not making that. Let's just be honest. The boy mentally ill. He lazy. He's sitting around smoking cigarettes all day. And I say, hey, what you gonna do when you run out of cigarettes? When you smoke this one, what you gonna do? He had no idea. Whatever.
That's an occupation that you had to fucking get a lot of information to do that occupation.
How many of these blacks up on these YouTube panels you think could command $50, $60 an hour? No DI now. I'm talking about no DI. Don't play that white man game. How many black you think could command that kind of money?
Oh, not many at all. Not many at all. If the only way they could possibly make an exception is if they had thousands and thousands of dollars worth of lawn mowing equipment and charge $50 or $60 an hour to pull up and do your lawn.
But this boy here, he on drugs.
Which is true.
He on psychotherapy.
That's true. That's true, John.
That's true.
So
wait, what?
So
excuse me, what?
Yeah. Hold on, let me pause it. Look. Go ahead.
Listen,
Let me pause.
again,
Let me pause
and yo, I hope.
Go ahead. What you say?
I was gonna. So for the last 3 years, I had my house. I had this young kid come by. He was in the 10th grade, and he came by. He said, "I'm starting a business. You know, can I cut your grass?" It's a young little white kid. Sure, go ahead. He said, "All right, I'm gonna charge you." He said $25, right, to come cut my grass once a week, John. I got a pretty big yard, so I give him $50. I give him $50. He just went to the military, so I needed to. So I was like, "Shit, I'm gonna have to cut my own grass. Or I'm gonna have to find somebody." This professional dude came by. He said, "Yo, I'll cut your grass." Guess I'm with his own equipment. They got the shit they stand in. They zoom around your yard and everything. Guess how much he was charging me?
Right, about 150.
$250 to come for the whole month.
Damn.
Weekly. That's it. So this guy charges $60.
Yeah.
Like that's more than the guy with the equipment. There's no way in hell he can do that.
There's no way. There's no way.
No way in hell.
Nor is he willing to go work at the McDonald's or the Popeyes at the corner.
Exactly.
So where does he fit in this world? Like, what does he offer of value other than people prescribing him drugs? They making money off of him.
Yeah,
and the people
nonprofits.
selling them cigarettes, the welfare caseworkers, they're making a living. They need him, and nobody else needs him. Nobody else needs him. He's useless, worthless.
The cultural economic system around the undermen is everybody who feeds off his dysfunction. It's not within the community. I mean, sometimes it is, but it's really just helping them get from moment to moment. The social worker, right? You know, the politician. It's sick, man.
You know, it's an interesting company by Dolomite here. We've seen this play out a couple times. And, you know, if you look at, let's say, CT channel, for instance, you know, Bob said, "Hey, ban John." Okay, cool. You know, hey, many people that come up on the panel, but ultimately you got to replace. You could ban worthless people, but you got to replace somebody with, you know, if you're going to ban somebody, you need to either be the supplement or the replacement, or you already got replacement. Izzy, you know, Bob, you abandoned. Okay, why don't you come up more, Bob, and fill in the void here? Yesterday would have been a good time for Bob to come up. He went to HBCUs. CT was talking about HBCUs. Where's Bob? He could have given me the insight. He didn't do it. He's in the chat, but he didn't come up and give me the insight. And so, okay, you banned the person that probably could have given the insight on that topic at least. But where's the replacement? And you know, it seems to be that, like, you're cutting off their hand, their fingers to spite their hand or something. You know what I mean? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Man.
You know, Dolomite says that the business band price should have been higher. What is interesting, though, is that a black woman pulled that money out of her household to pay it. That is very interesting. Again, huh?
Like, she had to stunt. She had to stunt on you. I was there. I saw
Do you think that black woman is wealthy?
No, I don't think she's wealthy, but I do think that she may have some disposable income, but definitely not wealthy.
Do you think she has a car note?
Oh, absolutely.
Does she have a mortgage?
Most likely, if she's not paying.
Would she have been better off prepaying those things and just turn it off easy for today?
Absolutely, because that's her survival. Izzy has no direct connection to her survival.
She sent $500 to a random man to avoid hearing something. We boil it all down, correct?
I would have a huge problem with that if that was my woman.
That was your woman. Latino, what would you think? Hey, babe, $500 going out the account. PayPal or super chat.
For what?
And then where you go from there?
I can't be living off the internet, bro.
But I'm saying, like, if that was your wife, this took $500 out of your household, presumably she may have children.
Mm-hmm.
Children have needs. You're never gonna satisfy all the needs of a child, correct?
Never.
And yet here she is taking $500 out of her household to quiet something that she didn't want to hear when there are millions of videos on YouTube that she could have listened to in the interim.
Bro,
that's amazing.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I mean, luckily for me, I don't think my wife would ever spend money on something stupid like that.
That is pretty amazing, though.
It is. It's like that, just throwing 500 like that.
And then when you consider something like this, it kind of all makes sense that these people are spending money very frivolously. And then when a person like B. Brady goes up on their panel and say, hey, man, I never made more than $15 an hour, but I always worked overtime and I live very frugal, and listen to these people.
Son's birthday this year. How much my husband and I spent on our son's birthday this year. And before you comment what you would have done with the money, I want to remind you that it's not yours. I don't care. Transportation was $1,143. Then our 12-bedroom, 13-bathroom cabin was $10,700.
Man, this shit is some amazing numbers, bro.
Wait a minute. The first number, 2,000 on some transportation. John, we called me the last, what was it, 2 weekends ago? I told you I was on a family vacation with my kids. Bro, it didn't cost half that. We were there for several days. That's crazy.
But they took 10 people, though. Remember, birthday is a big thing.
How much my husband and I spent
How old
on
is
our
this kid?
son's birthday.
Oh, shit.
I can't wait to find out the age.
Yeah.
That motherfucker be 1 year old.
Hey, look what they're eating at. Look what they're eating.
What you would have done with the money, I want to remind you that it's not yours and I don't care. Transportation was $1,943. Then our 12-bedroom, 13-bathroom cabin was $10,764. For dinner the first night, we ordered from Papa Leon's Pizza, and our total was $449. The next morning,
I want you to pay attention now. They bought a house with a kitchen.
In order to whole bunch of pieces. Yeah.
This house has a kitchen.
I noticed that.
picked up breakfast from Chick-fil-A, which was $213. Then we headed to Wild Water Dome Indoor Water Park. In addition to the tickets, we also had 2 cabanas. Then later on that night, it was time for Shamir's birthday dinner that we had.
Shamir. That name right there pretty much puts a glass ceiling on how far he going. This is the peak of his life right here. Peak adulthood. This is peak black male. He's ascended to the highest. He'll go everything now from this point on, young man, is all downhill.
Catered for $2,455. The cakes were $130, but since she did it last minute, I paid her $200. For breakfast the next morning, we grabbed IHOP for a total of $3.
Why didn't they just make breakfast? They could have spent $50 and made all that shit.
No, but I'm calculating the money that they're spending on food.
30 at about 20.
That first set of money that $450 that they spent the first day, that would have been the groceries for the whole week.
For the whole trip, yeah.
Man, hey, but look how low class they are. Like, they're spending $22,000. And you eating at IHOP, that means you probably can't afford to do this.
Correct.
Right? Like, I don't eat IHOP. Hey, no disrespect to people that do, but I don't eat that shit. I don't eat anywhere. Because I know, hell, I rent to people that work at IHOP, so I don't eat there. Jimmy John's and all the other places, I don't eat none of that shit. Right? So I can't eat it anywhere nowadays. Bro, I walked in a restaurant the other day, I ain't tell you no lie. There was a fat black woman in there, and the input was milk. It was a milkshake place, ice cream place. I said, ain't no way in the hell I'm taking no chance on a fucking black ass woman not serving me some spoiled milk. You know what I mean? It's just one about to do it. And these people here eating at IHOP, amazing. While spending $22,000, it's out of line. Wow. Does that make sense? Like, I could see if they cooked at home, but this shows you kind of where their like class level is.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with eating at IHOP, but if you're spending $22,000 on a birthday party, you're probably low class.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Or you're really rich, right? And then you don't eat at IHOP if you're really rich, right?
If you're really rich, you don't usually make videos like this either. You're
not eating breakfast from Chick-fil-A. You're not eating breakfast from IHOP and shit, right?
Yeah.
Right. This is not. But these people are poor. By their behavior, they're poor. Correct? Strictly by their behavior, these people are poor. But look at how they spend their money, man. This is amazing. This is the same. These are the same blacks who can be tricked into spending $64,000 to go to Howard.
Yeah.
Understand?
Bro.
Like this is
But do you remember the video I played a while back of the guy that was renting a mansion for $12,000? I mean for 12K, bro. 12K, bro, every month. And I'm like thinking to myself, and he's crying
because he has a rodent infestation, right? And he's saying that, damn, he's paying way too much. But my whole thing is, it's like, dude, if you don't have credit with that type of money, you could have gotten yourself a house.
Yeah. You think about somebody like Universal Latino, contrast Leonard Roy with Be Brave. I got 3 key fobs. Want to have a key fob, boy? I got 3 Mercedes. He's a 60-year-old man. Key fob wars and shit like that.
I bought another car because it was work purposes, man. If not, I wouldn't even have a car.
And then you got this black right here. These blacks, I should say. Look at this.
$320. After that, we headed to Gatlinburg, where we did the Ripley's Mirror Maze.
Jesus Christ.
For $306. This was the only thing that I didn't think was worth the price. After that, it started to rain, so we weren't able to go to Anarchista, which was non-refundable, by the way. We were supposed to barbecue, but because of the rain, we had to get it delivered. It was $238. Then we went to the Pirates Voyage dinner show, where we took up the entire VIP section.
Christ.
Then that was supposed to be it, but Shamir noticed the Ferris wheel on the way out and wanted to go there as well. Aside from those, there were a couple more random purchases here and there that brought our overall total to $22,556.
Fucking Christ.
How
down
much?
payment? It's amazing, bro.
How many? Listen, my question would be. My question would be, how many of them are adults and how many of them are forking in? And from there, we could divide. Because I don't think
they all pitching in on
pay.
this shit. Ain't nobody pitching in on somebody else's birthday party, bro. Trust me.
So I'm assuming the one that was talking was the one with the pink wig, right? I think. Okay. I mean, they got the bread. You know, not a smart use of the money. But it shows you that poverty mindset that a lot of us have, and honestly, this is directly connected to the lady who dropped you and Imperious, John, because again, that idolatry, that inferiority complex, like you don't think we got no money, we can spend what we want to spend. If you want to judge,
I don't care what you think about it.
Yeah, it's like, but you're not making wise choices.
That's what she told her husband that night. If she has a man, or better yet, if she doesn't have a man, that type of mentality will contribute to her not having a man. Again, how many of you would tolerate a woman that would take $500 out of your household and send it to Izzy Band?
You wouldn't be doing stupid shit like that.
Don't worry like that. Now, with real men, it don't work. Give me a second.
I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. But yeah, this is black mentality. Even when we do have folks who have a little bit of money, we will still get into this mindset of you can't tell me where to spend it, how to spend it. And we make bad choices, and then you send your kid off to a Howard, and the financial aid gets messed up, and then you want to complain talking about the system's jacked up when you should have better prepping plans in the first place. This is sick, man. I don't know, man. 22. I mean, that's a down payment on the crib, bro, for a kid's birthday party,
bro.
I don't think I've spent $22,000 on my birthdays. I'm 40.
Bro,
and all my kids all together.
Listen, the most I ever spent on a vacation was because, it was a cruise, and these tickets are like, I think, between $3,500 or $3,600 or some shit like that. And I bought 2, right? Me and my wife, which was my girlfriend at the time. And this is in Florida, so you had to pay flights, hotel, of course, all that shit. So it came up to like at least 11 to 12 grand, dude. But like that was like a 1 or 2 time thing, dude. It's not like, but it's a difference because there was DJs and artists and stuff like that on the ship. So
sure,
it wasn't like this type of shit here where dude, you could have just gotten an Airbnb, bought groceries at Walmart.
Well, here's the bigger thing.
And cooked.
Here's the bigger thing. With no investment on the ground, none but a super chat, like, share, subscribe economy, why not just ball out? Have a good time. What you going to invest in? What you going to invest in? What are you going to invest in? You going to open up a corner store? You scared to do that? A liquor store? Oh, hell no. You're scared to do that. You're going to be a landlord like John Gardner. You don't want to deal with blacks. You don't even want to live around them. So just ball out. Have you a good birthday party.
If you play this video back with no sound, you see them investing in everybody's American dream, but they own. Look at all them companies that they just spent all that money on.
Yeah, IHOP.
Big old companies too. They supposed
to. And that pink wig standing out, man.
$200 on
Back to Master
IHOP.
Kim.
That's wild, bro. I've never spent more than like $50 on a meal on IHOP between like 3 people, bro.
Man, they got no dope on the street. They got no dope on the streets, man. We already hit
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this?
That's the baby hair bandits, man.
Yo.
Hey, yo,
the baby hair bandits.
Universal, I got something for you to really gonna prove my point. I talked about this yesterday. I don't know if you were here. This is a good one.
Jesus Christ.
Universal, I want you to wait a minute. Shit. Let me do it like this. Let me do this.
That's wild.
I think Latino was here yesterday.
Yo, but see, that's another thing. Would you ever invest in something like these people went, like there was something there that was closed and it was non-refundable? Like, would you put your money into something like that?
Hell no.
Fuck no. Like, you gotta guarantee me that I'm gonna be able to go in there.
Yeah.
Universal, can you see my screen? Hold on. You can see my screen. You can see my screen. Breaking news.
Oh, yeah.
Universal, I want you to come in on this. You know
what? I got like 10 minutes, but let's get
roll
into
it.
it.
You know what I'm talking about. Here we go.
Oh, shit.
For you. This is breaking news from Fox 4.
I'm gonna speed it up.
And thank you for joining us for Fox 4 News at noon. I'm Crystal Martinez. Pat has the day off. We are continuing to follow breaking news from this morning. The wife of Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy has been shot in their home by their son. Fox 4's Malik Jackson joins us live from Arrowhead with what we know so far. Malik.
Yeah, good afternoon, Crystal. First and foremost, anytime you have a situation like this involving a shooting, especially when it's family, domestic like this, is an extremely sad situation. So, of course, our thoughts are with the Bieniemys. But what we know at this hour is, according to ESPN, 57-year-old Mia Bieniemy was shot last night, injured in the shooting by her 27-year-old son, Elijah Zion Bieniemy. On your screen right now is one.
Hold on. Boy, he made it to be an offensive coordinator. God, he had a bull. Lord have mercy. Have mercy. I feel sorry for you being. God almighty. Can you imagine walking around with that bull in rich ass Ashburn, Virginia? You got a bull, go to the grocery store with this big old bull.
To be where this shooting took place in Ashburn, Virginia, which is a suburb just outside of D.C. We do know that Eric Bieniemy, who was at Chiefs training camp in St. Joseph, has made it back to Virginia to be by his wife's side as she recovers from her injuries. I want you guys to take a listen to Chiefs coach Andy Reid, who spoke within the last hour and a half or so about a couple he's known for some time.
We all love EB, and you hate seeing these kind of things happen, but it's there's always a blessing in there somewhere. And she's a saint. You know, we all know that. The people that know her, one of God's good blessings, right there now. Really special person.
And again, the shooting happened last night around 7:30 Eastern time, 6:30 our time. The person arrested in this case has been identified as one of the couple.
He got that Kwame. Remember Kwame the rapper? Back in the day, might be outdated.
Wow.
The little blonde patch.
University, I want to get your thoughts on this. What's going on right here?
Well, first of all, he's 27 with a 13-year-old's haircut. That's already the bad sign.
Okay, crown that. Crown that. Yeah. Virginia got the crown that.
That's already the bad sign. Jesus Christ.
Well, what's going on right here, Universal?
This is black mental health. This kid has grown up privileged, at least for the last 10 years of his life. Eric Bieniemy has been an offensive coordinator and a potential head coach candidate for the last several years. They keep using him as an example. So he's made good money. I mean, they live in, what was it, Ashburn, Virginia?
Rich whites.
Yeah.
Rich white.
But he's trying to live a YN. Like, look at this nigga. Look at him.
Kwame the rapper.
And this is what I'm saying. It's that triple consciousness nonsense, man. These Negroes can't function. No, and he's frustrated with life and decides to, try to take his mom out.
Dump on the bull amendment. He dumped on the bull, unloaded on the bull amendment.
Look at this man, bro. Now, would you buy lavender iced tea from him? Hell no.
You think they cut him off?
Wait a minute, wait. We ain't got to the meat of the matter here now. Come on now, you.
I don't know just yet. But go ahead,
wait a
go
minute.
ahead.
Hey, the damn daddy was the offense coordinator. Why he didn't drag that boy along and make him the damn water boy for the team?
Yeah, exactly. Because he couldn't function.
Drag
Like
that
Bill
boy
Probably
along and make him
embarrassed.
water boy.
Yeah.
Why not just
Water
take him
boy.
with him? Just take him with you. Why not just take him with you? Why does it? Hey, I know you're dangerous, boy. You ain't got nothing to do. You just idle and hanging around on the street corner. Just come out here to Kansas City with me, then just at least I can give you something to do.
At 27, why doesn't he have interest to follow his dad's footsteps?
Yeah,
Andy Reid. Here's a great comparison. Andy Reid. Andy Reid's son is a fuck up.
Yep.
He's had multiple car crashes, all types of shit. But his son was what on that coaching staff. I don't think his son was too much older than this kid.
That's right. Yeah.
But why is this kid not following his dad's
Well, let me explain it to you since you asked. I'll tell you. Do you know why he never got a job?
Well, he's not a good coach, but
okay,
yeah.
Well,
but he's not a player's guy.
Only place he could work with Kansas City, where basically he was just go sit over there in the corner. I'm calling the plays. Yeah. We'll give you a title. You can have whatever title you want. You want offensive coordinator, half coach. You could be co-coach. Whatever you want to be, boy. Just we wrap that title. We put it on top of your head. Put a dunce cap on your head. Put the title on there. You go sit over in the corner. I'll call plays. That was Andy Reid's role with Kansas City. Correct. The offensive coordinator at this job, at this team, is not even important. They could do without one because the coach is the offensive coordinator, correct? Am I wrong about this?
No, you are correct. No, Andy Reid has a system, and that's everybody knows.
And then that system comes and goes. It lives and dies without Eric Bieniemy. He ain't got nothing to do with that system, correct?
They proved that because he was gone for I think a year or two, and they already proved it. Yes.
And the only other place he could go was old black ass Washington D.C., where damn near diversity, right? It's the only place that were willing to hire him and give him the same title, correct? With a black quarterback, correct? Am I wrong about any of these things? Huh?
You are not wrong. That's
and then when he left there, where did he go? He went back to Kansas City, where he basically. They say, hey, go sit back in the same corner that you were sitting in when you left, and you don't have to do anything. You just collect a check, and you'll be a black token. Is that not what that man is?
That's exactly what happened.
Thank you very much. So now you see why his boy didn't go with him, and now you see why the boy shot his mama. Understood. Is it understood now? He's not unlike many of these blacks. Their daddy, he may have gone off and did well. He had an individual talent. He's a running back. But he couldn't pave the way for the boy. Like Andy Reid could pave the way for his wayward son, correct? Am I wrong about this?
Correct. What at 27, what is he? Look at his appearance.
Yeah.
He was not doing anything constructive at all. He looks like he's like 16 years old.
Why ain't parlay his daddy's connection to a job selling cars out in Ashburn? They sell Mercedes and Lexuses and BMW.
Open up a chicken spot.
Yeah, he could have easily. He could have parlayed his dad's into a sales job at a car lot, selling cars. If he had halfwit, if he was just a halfwit, he could have pulled that off. Am I wrong about that?
No, he could do a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the mindset, man. They don't. He wants to be a YN.
I remember the criticism of Eric Bieniemy, his intense old school coaching style. Now listen to this. Schematic rigidness. What did that mean, Universal Latino?
That means he doesn't understand strategy very well. He doesn't. He's not an adjustment guy.
He can't think outside the box.
Yeah, he can't. This way and this way only. Yeah, that's not going to work in this analytic sports market we have. You have to be an abstract thinker, and blacks struggle with abstractions.
This is rough talk, blacks. Eric Bieniemy is the DEI candidate that we see all throughout America, and their son is the Carmelo and Eric Bieniemy sons.
Exactly.
They can't pass on the connections or any knowledge or resources of what they've done for their whole damn adult life. And so now their sons and daughters have to start over anew. Basically, like their mom and dad have not even existed in this world.
Baby boy.
Huh?
Baby boy.
Like, think about it like this.
Like the movie Baby Boy.
They think about it, and I've talked about this many times.
It's worse than that, actually.
Right. Like you see somebody, I'm using names. I don't give a fuck. I'm not lazy band. I have to call names, right? I see people that like teamed up with Team Fatty, but the numbers on their channel don't. Team Fatty can't send people over to their channel. They got to basically build their own channel, whatever they got. There is no overlap. Well, hey, I like Fatty, so Fatty brings up Ali, but if Ali ain't interested, I'm not going to listen to Ali. I just listen to Fatty. There's no overlap. But Donald Trump's father built buildings for poor people. Donald Trump sat at his knee, and he learned how to build buildings. And he said, I'm not content with just building for poor people. I got the foundation. I'll go build for rich people. Blacks are starting over in every generation. And the crazy part about it is that they're saying they want to start out building luxury buildings. This is a metaphor. Without having any foundation, even building just a basic building. And this is Eric Bieniemy's son, that he left nothing. He couldn't even drag the boy into the organization and say, hey, make your way here. This is the connections that I have that you can make hay out of. You see the same thing with black lawyers, stuff like that. Being a lawyer is about connections. If your dad was a sharecropper and you become a lawyer, where do connections come from?
Ground zero. And that's why blacks have to build networks, man. Without a network, you will struggle in this world, especially now that the fatigue is high.
Yeah,
people ain't just gonna let you in no more, man. You better know people and you better have good fucking relationships, or you're gonna be cooked as a black professional. So,
yeah, one of the things I was talking about, I was thinking about Universal is this is what I was thinking about. Tell me what you guys think about this. At this point in life, if you were to say, what are blacks good at? What would you say they're good at?
Sports,
name their strengths.
Music, entertaining.
Let's do a SWOT analysis. You know the SWOT analysis is? Everybody know what that is?
What, like
I know the SWOT. Strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats.
Right. Okay. So what are if you want to talk about the blacks love talking about, well, we built this. Okay. So what are their strengths?
We typically are entertaining. That's probably the strength. I would say physical capability, but I think that can be compared in different areas with different people. So I don't know.
But in certain sports, blacks probably have
football, basketball,
right? Yeah, maybe track. I don't know.
Yeah, track too.
So here's the thing. Consider athletes, which many of them are. Let's say they more like JP, right? Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, they just
Jameis Winston. Is Jameis Winston more like Universal or JP?
Oh, JP. He just happens to have abilities.
So, in that sense, you need some organization or somebody to harness that talent. Otherwise, they just be wild ass, fast ass people, right? So, along come the universities to harness that talent and monetize it to the best of their abilities. Correct? They organize the games, put it on TV. They do everything to harness that talent so that the NFL will buy it. Correct? They're effectively the middleman. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And in any business, I'm in real estate, I'm always trying to cut out the middleman. Basketball, by and large, is done by they saying, hey, you know what? We're going to change the rules. Let us go pro right out of high school or whatever, a year or two out of high school. Like, wouldn't it be seemingly like natural that these good players could form like 3 or 4 of them because hey, we're gonna have our own little AAU league or whatever, and we would be the pipeline to the NFL, to the NBA, whatever. Like, do they need college? Doesn't college just serve to feed off of their carcass, beat them down, make money off of them, and then serve them up to the NFL for the ones that make it through the gauntlet? Why can't the players, if you...
that's all it is. That's all it is.
Couldn't you, if you're Deion Sanders, who would you rather learn cornerback technique from? Aeneas Williams or some coach at Oregon State? Give me Aeneas Williams. He's teaching cornerback.
Yeah.
Right? I don't need to go to these bullshit colleges and sit in class all day. I'm a football player or bust. Right? Like, why can't they take hold of that, if that is their strength, as they say it is, are they just willing to serve themselves up to big business to be used as labor, which they so hate, only because it's a big paycheck? Take control of it. If you're so dominant in it, you should control all levers of it, or many of the levers, right? I don't know.
Man,
very interesting.
Can't do it, man. We don't have the thinking capability to do so. And then we complain because we don't quote unquote get the opportunities, but when the opportunities are afforded ourselves, we can't deliver. Eric Benemy is a great example. It's unfortunate what happened to his wife, but look at the results. Look at the results right there. I got to roll, gentlemen. I gotta hop on something. Yeah, so I'll talk to y'all later.
Take it easy, Universal. Take it easy.
King Shinar, keep paid, man. One day you'll arrive, sir. One day, but today ain't that day.
One of these days, you get there.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Take it easy, Universal. Oh man, I was going to talk about Howard. I want your thoughts on this, Latino. Howard is pretty much 75% women, 25% men.
Damn.
Can you have a functioning university
like
with those numbers?
Yeah,
that's an interesting thought, right?
Yeah, I mean, but if you think about it, isn't that most universities though?
I don't think most
universities. I mean, not to the extent
lopsided.
of 70%, but it's usually majority most women than there is men.
No, but you're not going to get those extreme numbers.
No, not like that.
Because see, part of the reason why Howard has such extreme numbers like this is that Howard, I want to speak specifically. I'm pretty sure Howard doesn't have like an architecture. If they have an engineering program, it's not very strong.
So you're basically saying that they have most curriculums that cater to women?
Yeah. It's very, and that may be because they have so many women there. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? But I don't know if you can function as a university with that lopsided the numbers.
Yeah.
It'll ultimately just become
think about it, like
a sex fest. You know what I mean?
Just to think about it, if they got collegiates, right? 10% of those dudes are all in the sports.
That is true there. So I don't know if you can have a university with those type of numbers, and that is why I think that Howard has sacrificed the educational aspects of it and just going for the money. That is why when I showed you, when you ride around Howard, bro, it's a construction site. You understand? It's a construction site. But all around Howard, unlike many of the black colleges, is gentrification. And if you're the Howard president and you're looking at the layout of the land, the bulk of your day is going to be spent with the people who have the money. And that's the developers who want that property around Howard. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, where you are, Boston University, they have the wherewithal to control the property around their college. So oftentimes
they have a lot of problems.
So oftentimes, if you have a college located in, say, a working class area, the college will start buying property in that area.
Yeah,
and those people will
Northeastern is doing.
Right. And those people will in that area will complain because they're going to buy it and turn it into buildings and stuff like that.
They got rid of houses. They got rid of Ruggles projects right in front of Northeastern to make more dorms.
Right. Now think about it like this.
Big skyscraper motherfuckers too.
When I lived in New York, NYU came a lot of criticism. They were buying a lot of property. Columbia buying a lot of property. Where's Columbia located? Harlem, up near Harlem. They're buying a lot of property. And so there's a lot of pushback because they're pushing the people out.
Mm-hmm.
They're buying for student housing, stuff like that. Well, Howard is very different. Howard is not buying the property. They should have been buying the property around that area.
Should have been.
You understand?
I thought that's why they were doing construction. I mean,
they're not doing it. See, they've leased the properties and shit. And they pushed the students out to Prince George's County because the president said, we can't afford to even like subsidize these students
Bro, these
until their
people are dumb.
student aid money comes in.
Yo, they need to take the McDonald's approach. You know what the McDonald's approach is, John? You buy the land where the McDonald's is, and you let somebody else open the franchise. So the moment that these people's
it's too late
franchise
now
go
for
to
Howard.
hell, they still got the land.
But it's too late now for Howard. The land has already been sold.
It is too late. They ain't gonna be able to afford it. Not at this price.
They should have been going on a buying spree when the blacks
A
were
long time
destroying
ago.
the area. When the blacks was destroying the area, they should have bought it up, fixed it up. But if they had that option, now they probably have sold many of their buildings, and their buildings
that's a shame.
Have been taken over by people who have built luxury type housing. I had I did a video on this stream. It was from a street interview. It was a poor black man and a young white woman. And the young white woman lived around Howard. And she's paying $2,400, I think, in rent. Howard students can't pay that kind of money. Howard didn't preserve any housing for their students, poor students. So they're forced into the private market with more affluent people in the area. Listen, Catholic University, American, GW, Georgetown, their students aren't complaining about housing. People got money. Or the school is able to afford them housing. Right? It's a difference. MFB, he went to GW.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. What's up, man? Yeah, that when I went to GW, man, it was literally the most expensive college in the country. Like it had the highest tuition in the entire country. Like it's insane how much these damn schools cost.
But GW is expensive, in my opinion. I worked at the World Bank, which is right at GW.
Yeah, right there.
And so a lot of the World Bank people, like the interns and stuff like that, went to GW. Hell, they probably went to GW to get on at the World Bank. And now in a more global economy, you hear the Atlantic Council. I had a guy call in. He was going to GW, but he worked at the Atlantic Council. That's another big lobbying firm that has come up.
Yeah, you know, GW is one of those schools you can go. If you go to law school there, you can very easily go into politics straight away, like straight from you know, like it's they have very good like political science shit. I never liked that shit, so I didn't really care.
But it's a very international area. The World Bank is there, the IMF is there, the
it's
IADB,
right there. It's like
the
right
White
in the
House is
heart.
right there. Yeah,
you could see the White House from my dorm.
Yeah.
Shit, you could literally see it.
So Howard is charging basically GW prices today.
I know, and that's what's crazy
It's
because
fucking
GW is 1,000 times better than Howard.
I was going to say that because, Jesus Christ, when was it? I want to say, what, 10, 15 years ago? Boston University was, what, $54,000 a year?
Well, BU is another one. I went there, too. That's where I got my master's degree. Shit's expensive, man.
Now it's like 60, 70, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But did you hear the point that I was making, MFB, about like those big Ivy League like colleges, you know, Northeastern or whatever? They were buying the land. They probably still are buying the land around their university.
Yeah.
I mean,
Howard didn't do that, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Sucks for Howard because they're stupid.
Well, you know, it's the lack of foresight. It's the lack of foresight.
Yeah.
But they also had a lot of poor students that they were subsidizing their tuition.
Yeah.
You understand, right?
And that caught up to them after a while.
Well, the laws have changed now. You know, there's no refund checks now.
No refund checks?
Yeah, that's an old relic of the past now.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I talked about it the other day.
What do you mean?
Like Trump has done a lot of changes, and I'll show you here. Man, Trump, like down on the ground, he's done it. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but so you're telling me that if the university forked up, let's say the remainder of, they could basically fill a refund for that, and they'll get money for that? Is this what you're saying?
So here's how it used to work, and there are probably multiple ways to skin a cat, right? But let's say that you got a Pell Grant for
That's nuts,
I don't know
dude.
what's a Pell Grant was. Let's say $4,000, and then let's say you got a scholarship for $5,000. Let's say $6,000. So we had $10,000, and let's say your tuition is $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you got a scholarship for $5,000. So now you got $15,000 in aid.
Mm-hmm.
But the tuition is what, $10,000, something like that. And I'll show you on the screen. Here it is. So here's how it works. Here's where the student loans come in, where the refund checks come in right here. All right, here's how it works. I talked about this the other day. So basically, graduate professional caps. But basically, you can't get a Pell Grant if you have scholarships and loans that's equal your tuition and room and board. And that's where the refund checks come in. So a lot of people will say, okay, I got a Pell Grant for all of my tuition, and I'm going to get a scholarship and loans and all that, and then I'll get a refund check. That's gone. And people would live off of refund checks in college, right, Mexican? Right, MFP?
Yeah, I knew a girl who had she had a full well, not a full ride, but she paid for her whole tuition through loans.
Mm-hmm.
Like she literally had no money, like to pay for any. Like her family had no money, so she just took loans out for the entire 4 years.
And so you see right here highlighting on the screen, Parent Plus loans, which a lot of the Howard students were talking about, their parents are now capped at $20,000 a year. $65,000 total per student for new borrowers. That right? That
They're
means
not even come close to being able to pay for that if they don't have any money.
That's why Howard is taking a hard line on these people. You understand? Yeah. So Howard is taking a hard line because they want to make sure they get paid because there are now limits. There used to not be limits, or maybe the limits were higher.
I don't know, man.
Look at this right here. Look at this right here.
There was such a time that you could split these costs by quarterly, bro. Like, so it would have been $5,000 for each semester. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but look at this right here. Graduate Plus loans, which is a graduate school, a loan for a graduate school student. Right? So if, hey, I want to continue my education and get a master's in Black psychology. They've been eliminated for graduate and professional borrowers. Man, that's a big move. That's going to have a tremendous effect downstream, in my opinion. If parents were borrowing money to send their children to graduate school.
Can you say that one more time, John?
Yeah, sure. Graduate Plus loans have been eliminated for new graduate and professional borrowers. So if you're going to get your master's in psychology, and you're going to get a Plus loan, which is a parent loan, that's no longer available.
Okay.
So your parents can't come to the rescue with these guaranteed government loans. You know, Plus loans have government guarantees.
So those people are just out of luck, basically.
Well, pay for it on your own or get a scholarship.
Yeah, get a scholarship.
Right, or work. So basically, it's saying the best of the best will be able to go to graduate and professional school, but there will be no loans. Your parents will not be able to borrow money subsidized by the government.
I think because people like for example, the girl I was telling you about who took out loans her whole 4 years, she ended up going into bankruptcy and getting those loans.
That's right.
Like she'd never have to pay them. She never had to pay them. She was down so bad.
Yeah. But you know, if you're also on the other side, if you're affluent, you can get rid of the loans as well. Here's graduate students face a general annual limit of $20,000 and $100,000 lifetime cap. Hell, that could be 1 year.
Yeah, it's about
right.
Pretty much.
While qualifying professional degrees, which are probably like doctors,
lawyers, and shit.
Maybe not even lawyers these days. It's probably doctors, surgeons,
like dentists.
Right, dentists. Those degrees are capped at $50,000 and $200,000 total.
Okay.
So again, these are the borrowing limits. How much you can borrow. This is federally guaranteed type money. Right. There was something else though that they were applied to the student loan. applied to the refunds. And that is where I think a lot of the students that like that where their parents can't afford it, they're not gonna be able to go to Howard because the free refund checks were financing their living, their rent that they paid to me.
Yeah.
They're not gonna be able to
Yo,
go to
thanks
Howard.
for having me. I gotta get going.
Take it easy, Lieutenant.
Yeah, later, man.
Anyway, it's very interesting.
So is that why the girl? I saw that part you played earlier where the girl was upset and crying and shit. Like, is that what she? What was she crying about?
So basically, in almost every case that I showed, these people were getting either Howard scholarships or private scholarships and or student loans, right? So Howard is saying, okay, we need you on a payment plan for the balance, or else we'll unenroll you.
Yeah.
So the parents that didn't have the money or didn't have it in time got unenrolled. That's why it was 500 of them. It probably was an automated process. The software probably said, okay, at this point in time, based upon the federal rules and guidelines, you have to be on. You can't be enrolled if you haven't at least set up a payment plan.
Right.
That's what most of the parents were complaining about there. Like they wanted their scholarships and stuff to kick in and, be allowed a little grace, as they say, to pay the balance.
Yeah, I think it's just because a lot of people just haven't been paying it over the years.
Yeah.
They've been having to eat that shit.
You heard one woman said that the money just magically shows up because I'll tell you a story. When I was in school at Tuskegee, my mother wrote a woe is me letter. I was about to graduate. Said, we need $2,500. And magically they found the money. And so in one of the videos from the Howard parents, she was saying the money just shows up, which means money just doesn't show up. It's probably some kind of corruption or fraud.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so that's how the lady just said money just shows up. And so now that they probably are cracking down on this type of stuff, money is not just showing up. And
yeah, I wish money would just show up. Like, you kidding me?
Yeah, that's what the lady said.
Show up.
Yeah, that's what the lady said. So
someone's going to the trouble and make sure you get that money.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And so that's what I think Howard is going through. Howard has his students living in Prince George's County.
No
you
shit,
know how
really?
far that is. Yeah.
That's far as shit. That's like other side. Is that where is even PG County? You say?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's like what, like 45 minutes?
Yeah. Listen to this shit. Look. Here it is. This is where Howard students are living. You see, let me put it on the screen. This is where Howard students are living. This is in PG County.
Mm-hmm.
See what it says? Do you need fall housing?
Yeah.
And this is mostly for Howard students.
Mm-hmm.
But it's in Hyattsville. So I think they share it with University of Maryland.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's right by University of Maryland.
Yeah, so that's what's going on there.
That's a long way. It must be, because compared to a school like GW, for example, those kids are so spoiled. They get housing right there and right next to the White House, and
and they're not gonna live in Petworth.
No, fuck no, they're not. Man, I told you, man. I got picked up by the police saying, "Hey, you guys can't be walking around here." When we were in Shaw, we were walking through Shaw.
Yeah, they're not gonna live over there.
Yeah, they were like, "Yo, this isn't for you guys." It was like 4 white kids, like 18-year-old 8 white kids. Are like, "Yeah, get in the car. You guys are gonna get robbed out there."
Hey, MLB, I was gonna ask you something. What was I gonna tell you? Man, what did you think about Izzy Band? The people paying the $1,000 to ban me from Izzy Band?
I saw that, man. I mean, that was sad on their part. I feel like. I mean, they had to pay $1,000 just because you were up there talking about that woman's arm was fat. Like $1,000, like that's a lot of money. And honestly, if I were Izzy, That's not even really a good deal for him because that means you can't come back and generate any more money. So, he should have made it higher if it was going to be a permanent thing. Because now it's like you're not going to get those cash apps, those $500 cash apps anymore.
Yeah, the problem for him, I think he doesn't have a lot of interesting personalities up on this panel. At least not to me.
Brave schooled him and Taz yesterday on there.
Yeah, and the guys like Keon, all those guys, they're okay, but they're
they're throwaway characters.
Yeah, they're not moving the needle at all. And at the end of the day, what Izzy's doing is primarily entertainment, and you kind of need a hero and a villain, I guess, in entertainment. That kind of arc.
I mean, I would assume that there would be some kind of understanding between the two, like between you guys, like if that when that type of money is involved, like there should have been some kind of communication, like, let's keep this going because this is obviously profitable, like, but he doesn't have the foresight to.
This is the low future time orientation. Bumping into the low self-esteem of blacks. She could have easily just turned it off if she wasn't enjoying it.
Yeah, exactly. She could change the channel, change the damn channel.
But in doing what she did, she didn't help Izzy's channel. You can't say she helped his channel.
No, I mean she helped his pocket like momentarily.
Right, yeah, in that instance, in that moment in time, she helped his pockets. But then he came back the next day and reviewed the show that so enraged her.
Yeah.
Isn't it like, damn, you gonna drive her crazy again, showing me on the channel, and then yesterday he shows me again, like.
Yeah, no, he reviewed the content of You and Be Brave. It was people are in the chat saying literally, "Oh my god, I'm so triggered right now."
Yeah, but what else would he have to talk about? What else?
I mean, not a whole lot. I mean, I'll be honest. I think Izzy does have some talent. Like, I'm not going to say he's talentless. I think he does have an engaging, like, he's personable. So he's a likable guy. Like, as far as a host of a show, but he does need more content that's organic. That's like, shit like that you bring. Like, he doesn't really have that type of content that he can manufacture himself.
But I think he's a little too defensive of black people.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying.
And so that limits him, in my opinion. Like, you got to be able to give it to the people straight.
Yeah, I mean, when you hear him talking about the Nolan Wells case and the Carmelo Anthony case, you can't take him seriously when they start saying these things. I mean, it's just that their credibility is shot the second that they start reciting any of that bullshit.
This thought just came to my head. Tell me what you think about this. In his little sphere of the world, let's say Freezy would be the top dog.
Yeah.
And so Izzy would look at Freezy and say, well, damn, look at Freezy's numbers. Why don't I just go along with whatever hell Freezy's saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the subtlety is that he has better production value. For what it's worth, you can disagree with it, but he does have better production value. And so that's probably what separates Freezy and Izzy. They could be saying the same shit, but Freezy's production value is better.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Izzy actually, I think he's a better host overall than Freezy is. If I was gonna, but you're right. The quality of the production is just not as good. He doesn't have a mixer.
Yeah, but Freezy doesn't do panels. And is not dependent on panels.
Yeah, he does the whole show by himself. So that is I do have to give him credit for that. He is able to hold it down by himself. But it's all a grift with him though. Everything
it's all a grift.
It's all a grift. So you can't really, I mean, it's every single day it's the same damn thing. Like it's absurd.
But he's playing to his low IQ black audience that probably has some racial animus.
Yeah,
that's what he does, right? He's like Al Sharpton on YouTube.
I wonder what some of these guys really think. If they actually, I mean, I know they're pretending like they're going along with it, but I wonder if any of them are smart enough to be like, all right, this is just an act. I'm just bullshitting for the money.
I think Taz, and I guess I want to say Freezy too. I think they're both true believers.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, I don't think they're smart enough to hide it.
Yeah, I think
you know what I mean.
I think they're true believers. Like they've gone on with it so long now, case after case after case. They, or maybe they're just supreme grifters, but you can't really distinguish between the two at this
Yeah,
point.
no, they just have too much passion and hatred in their voices, like about the white people. That it's just, I'm sorry, I don't think you could fake that level of
I agree
just
with
overall like visceral, you know, anger and just disgust, and distaste, like the way that they do. You know, it,
And I'm sure Taz, and I know Freezy lives around white people. I'm sure Taz does too. What's interesting? Taz was on Izzy's panel the other day. Maybe I should play it. And he was talking about schools and neighborhoods and how, and I think it was with Brave was up there. You may have heard it, where he said he moved to safe neighborhoods, which just happened to be. You heard that, right?
Yeah, that was yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And but he couldn't make the connection that, those are non-black neighborhoods that you moved to.
Yeah, that's what's crazy, man. I couldn't believe that they were trying to argue that wasn't the case. Like I mean, it's like, dude, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, those aren't necessarily white neighborhoods. It's like, really? Like, we all know what kind of neighborhoods they are. It's not. It goes without saying what kind. I mean, like, you're not going to convince us that those are black neighborhoods. I'm sorry, you're not.
What do you think about? Izzy said he lives in a black neighborhood.
I bet you he lives in a mostly white, maybe a 60-70% white, and then the rest, 15-20% black, and then Hispanics and whatever.
Here's something interesting from, let's see. Izzy lives in Hoover, Alabama, which is not far from my hometown.
Okay, so you do know where he lives.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he said on the stream, so I'm not doxing anything. And I'm very familiar with Hoover because it is right outside of Birmingham. This is where the malls are.
Yeah.
So people from around Alabama, if you close to Birmingham, you go here to the mall. Anyway, what I think Izzy doesn't recognize is that the demographics of where he lives was once really, really, really white. In 1990, it was a predominantly white suburban community.
Mm-hmm.
This is what he doesn't understand. Blacks have moved, by and large, to where Izzy lives from Birmingham and places like that because the blacks had destroyed Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved into predominantly white areas.
I didn't know that they destroyed Birmingham like that.
What?
I mean, actually, I did see a case. What? I did see a case recently where one guy is responsible for about 30 different shootings. Did you see that guy?
Nah, Birmingham rough, man.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna call a buddy of mine right now. I'm gonna call him right now. He answered my phone. He's from Birmingham. We fast friends. And he lives in Hooper City in Birmingham. He grew up in Hooper City. And we're gonna let him tell us about where Izzy lives. Let me see if he answers that. Hold on, let's see. Hey, you on my stream, man. Hey, you on my stream. Hey, I want to ask you a question. Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, when you were growing up in Birmingham, where they bombed them little children in that damn church down there in Birmingham, was Hoover, Alabama, mostly white?
Yeah, I would have to say so. Yeah.
So he said Hoover was mostly white, correct? And after the blacks destroyed Birmingham, blacks started moving out to like Hoover and Vestavia and all that. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly when they started moving out.
But they didn't move to your part. You live in Hooper City. That's North Birmingham, right?
Yep.
And the blacks, they moved down. I get Hoover is south of Birmingham. Right? That's right.
Right.
And what's that county where people have started moved right below Jefferson County? What's that next county? Is that Bibb or what's that county?
Well, Hoover is that Shelby?
No, Shelby. That's where the white people started to move now. Shelby County. Right? And then it's another county beyond that they started to move to. Is that Bibb? I don't know the name of it. But either way it goes. Hoover, in your lifetime, was a majority white county, correct? It was a fluent white county.
So, yeah.
Did you know of any black neighborhoods in Hoover when you were growing up?
I mean, I didn't go out that way when I was growing up.
Why not? Why you go out there?
Well, I mean, the only time I went out there was my mom worked out there.
There's a malls and shit out there, right?
Yeah, there's Galleria.
Yeah, Galleria. But it was mostly a white area, correct? So if a black person told you today that he lived in a black area in Hoover, would you find that odd?
No.
You wouldn't find that odd? Are there black areas in Hoover now?
I mean, I don't know if you don't just say what you mean, predominantly black?
Yeah, were there predominantly black areas in Hoover when you were growing up?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know. And you grew up there all your life. You born and raised in Birmingham.
Yep.
And Hoover was primarily white. So if a nigga said today to you, I live in a black neighborhood in Hoover, wouldn't that sound odd to you if somebody said that to you?
Well, I mean, shit changing, you know.
So you're saying the blacks are moving out to Hoover? Why do you think why did the blacks move to Hoover? Because you grew up in Birmingham. Why did they leave Birmingham and go to the suburbs?
Yeah, same reason anybody leave the inner city for the subs.
What?
You know?
Tell her.
Different life, you know. Country living versus city living.
MLB, you want to have a buddy of mine on the phone. He's from Birmingham where Izzy Bands lives.
Yeah, let me ask him. Who is that guy that just recently got arrested for a bunch of I think it was like 25 or 30 murders in Birmingham. One guy.
You heard of him?
I don't know.
Birmingham.
He's one guy. It was like they connected one man to like 5 or 6 mass shootings, gang shootings. And he looks to be responsible for all of them. It's like 25 or 30 different murders.
Oh shit! No, I didn't hear about it.
But he lives in Atlanta right now. He lives in the Atlanta area. So
is it Atlanta? The guy I'm talking about?
He lives in Atlanta now. He grew up in
Birmingham. Okay, yeah, because I know Birmingham, yeah.
Yeah, Birmingham. I just wanted to prove the point with someone who born and raised in Birmingham that these cities like where Izzy said he lives in Hoover, a black neighborhood, this was a majority white city all my life. All of this guy's life on the phone.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the blacks destroyed Birmingham that they started moving out of Birmingham. Now, they didn't move to where my buddy lived, Hooper City. He's from Hooper City, Birmingham. They moved to where the white people are, and now they're saying, I live in a black neighborhood. Bro, just 30 years ago, that was a white neighborhood until you blacks destroyed your neighborhood. Like they leave out that part of it. That's kind of,
When did Birmingham go bad?
Chris, when would you say Birmingham went bad?
I mean, you got to describe going bad. I mean, because let
me ask you this question: is Birmingham comparable to Jackson, Mississippi?
Yeah, he lives in Jackson.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know anything about Jackson.
I mean, Jackson's pretty. I mean, it's like Memphis kind of.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, listen to this. This is the case he's talking about, Lane. This is the case he's talking about right here. Let me put it on the screen. This is what he's talking about right here. Listen to this.
Shot and killed during a violent time in Birmingham. The man charged in those murders, Damian McDaniel, in court this morning. He's accused in multiple homicides and shooting investigations. We're learning more tonight on when his trial could begin.
And your reporter, Bria Chapman, is live and on your side with an update on all of this. Bria.
Yeah, Brittany. So that trial date is set to start in 2027. Now, this morning, Damian McDaniel entered a courtroom that was filled with extra Jefferson County Sheriff deputies, as well as a lot of victims' families. Some of them getting really emotional, crying, some even having to leave the courtroom when McDaniel entered. How was today for you?
It opened up bad rooms for.
Hold on. I gotta ask you. You went to Tuskegee, right?
You know it.
And you have an architecture. You majored in architecture, correct?
Correct.
What did you think about Tuskegee passing the ban on the bonnets?
Yeah, I saw that.
What do you think about that?
Shit. I'm with it, man. I tell my dogs, don't go out the house looking like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can't walk
I have to agree.
like that.
Why do you think the blacks are wearing bonnets? Why do you think they're wearing these bonnets? Bonnet. Why do you think the blacks are wearing the bonnets? You got any idea?
They claim they preserving their hair. I don't want to sweat it out or whatever. I don't know, but like I said, it ain't meant to be worn outside. Man, I seen a chick in the grocery store yesterday, bro. I swear you would thought you was inside her house. I'm talking about house coat, slippers, bonnet. Yeah.
Do you think why do you think they're wearing this shit?
I don't know, man. It's a lame trend. I can tell you that.
Do you know that blacks are still wearing masks up here? Look, I'm showing on my screen. Look, listen. I want you to listen to this. Look, listen. Look, hold on. Listen, hold on. I want you to listen to it. Listen to this shit, Lane. Listen to it.
Man, this dumbass police, why she got a mask on?
Black ass police.
Hey, why you ain't got your mask on? I see the niggers got hers on. Yeah, but I'm just wondering why you don't have your mask on. I'm in line for the funeral. Why you don't have your mask on? Why you got your mask on? What you afraid of? What you afraid of? COVID? I just asked you, what you got your mask on? Yeah, but I saw you with that mask on, and I want to know why you got that mask on your face. I know you can, but what are you wearing it for? Should I be wearing one? But what are you wearing yours to prevent? But what are you choosing to prevent? Why are you wearing it? I'm just curious. Are you gonna wear it forever? Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna wear my mask forever. I suggest these black women know their faces so damn ugly. Ooh, they know their face so ugly. They be like, hey, man, the COVID was the best thing ever happened to me. I could put a mask on and never have to show my ugly ass face ever again. I truly believe that. You ever thought about it, Elaine? Remember I used to rail to you and say, man, I ain't wearing no damn mask. Remember I used to say that, huh?
Yeah.
No, I said, what? I said, I ain't wearing no mask. Never. Huh? And these blacks still wearing masks today outside in 90-degree weather. What you think about that? I think it's that ugly ass face, man.
Yeah, the bulls, man. Those big, thick, big backs.
Hey, Lame, do you think there exists a beauty desert in Black America? You ever heard of beauty desert? You know what a food desert is? You know, where blacks have food stamps and they say it's a food desert. Do you think there's a beauty desert?
I ain't never thought about it.
You never thought about it. Do you think that, but if you were to think about it, do you think there's a beauty desert? And that could be going on in Black America. You ever thought about it? Like, now that you think about it, you think it's possible?
I don't know. I guess anything possible. But, I mean, that's got in a particular location is ugly. I can't believe it.
Say what?
I said that's to say that everybody in a particular location is ugly.
Hey, I'm showing some pictures on my stream of me riding the bus. And I'm just taking pictures of random women. Boy, it's rough, boys.
It certainly gets dry. It's getting dry up there, man. It's dried out.
It's a fucking beauty desert. Like, you never heard of beauty desert before? I coined that term. I should coin that term. I should patent.
Yeah, Southeast DC is definitely a desert.
Northwest too. Look at that bull. Look at that bull right there. I mean, you should be
Oh man, that looks like that's like Jackson. Dude, Jackson is also a beauty desert, man.
We should match.
Yeah, we should do a contest to see which one has the worst swimming.
We should. Somebody said we should mask the bulls. Look at this right here. Jeez Louise. My mama said to me, she said, boy, somebody gonna kill you. Lane, my mama said to me today, she said, somebody gonna kill you, boy. You hear me, Lane? Can you believe that? Can you believe that, Lane?
I believe that shit, man.
Lane, listen to it right here, Lane. Look, listen.
Every day hustle like William, I'm charging the chicken just for the verse again.
You know what, Jungle? I gotta hand it to you. This is Vic Warren here. So I give you that. There's people who are online that make money.
I'm mad. Ain't she was big and fat? She could hardly pick up.
You find that funny no more?
Get monetized, why not?
Bull, baby. That was for you. Find that funny no more?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I don't care how big and fat. Let me see who come to my mind. Ain't she was big and fat? She couldn't hardly pick up her feet. And I would never clean her up and do that woman.
Ask me if my husband cheated.
No, I said, what would you do if your husband cheated? You said,
people. No, I don't want to.
Keep a man low. Bull mammoth. Introducing to the lexicon. You ever heard that term before? Bull mammoths. You ever heard that term before?
I think you coined that shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard that shit anywhere.
You ever heard that shit before, Lane? Bull mammoth.
No.
Oh boy, I tell you, I'm holding something here. Oh man, you know, Lane might have
it's a very, very accurate description.
That meat be tough on the bull. That meat tough on the bull. They ain't even cows, they bulls. Oh man, I have too much fun today. You ever thought about that, Lane? You ever thought about that? These black women like bulls, bull mammoths.
They'll fuck you up too.
Hey Lane, for the audience, man, because some of these niggas really be thinking I be joking. Oh, I'm like faking. And it was a nigga, but damn, I shouldn't be saying that. I get fucking. He said, listen, it was this dude right here. Oh, wait a minute. It's right here. Hold on. I want to play this for you, Lane. It's right here. Let's see. Here it is. I want to play this one for you. Yeah, here it is. Listen to it.
I want that same shit verbatim.
Verbatim.
You said, I want you to send that shit.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Listen to it. See, this is what I'm saying. They dumb as fuck. Man, these motherfuckers so dumb. I miss it. I want that same shit verbatim. Did you hear it?
Who the fuck is Roberto?
Man's right here. He's using the word verbatim, and his dumbass audience, they don't correct him. They can't correct him. They in the audience, they may be laughing at him, or they may not know the word, or they just let it go. And he verbatim. Why you calling me black?
I want that same shit verbatim that you said. I want you to send that shit to me back in the app. No. You calling me out my motherfucking name. What, you not black? Why does that have to be because I'm black? Well, why would you ask?
You black. They're running away from being called big. It's the problem.
That's cool. What are you?
Crazy.
And y'all niggas think
you leaning into it.
Hold on, listen.
I thought you was putting on.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna hold you. I thought you was doing a lot of like extra leaning into it until I saw you out in the field, bro. Saw you out in the field. I saw you out there. When you called that black dude a nigger in front of the cops, I was like, oh, this ain't no internet nigga, man. This for real.
And Lame, you've been knowing me for a long time. I call him Lame. Lame, you've been knowing me a long time. I've been talking the same shit about these blacks for how long now? Hello. I've been talking about these blacks.
Since you started.
Since I started what? These people think I be fucking joking. These people think I really be joking about these blacks. Huh? You know that? Well, you know me for a long time. You think I'm joking? Can you tell me all this? He ain't joking about these blacks. He been talking this shit for a long time, right? Am I wrong?
You been.
Say what?
I said you been at it for a minute.
How long? Give my audience an idea for a minute. What does that mean?
Yeah, that means I'm talking about some years. You know, I said a minute.
Like it's some blacks up here think that I don't own properties. I'm just a damn cleaner and shit. You come up here and don't work for me. Is that right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, you seen my properties and shit.
Yep.
These blacks don't want to believe it. Yeah, I'm a ghetto ass nigga, right? But yeah, I live in the hood. You know, I live in the hood. You know, you may not know where I live now, but you know, for the most part, you know me living in the ghetto and shit, right?
Yeah.
And these blacks just can't understand this shit. On YouTube, the blacks just don't want to believe it's true, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
Where are you in Jackson? MLB?
Yeah, this is an abandoned house in the heart of the hood.
Yeah.
I'm catching a scamming black here.
MLB is a private investigator, by the way. So what are you doing? They doing an insurance scam or what?
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, you want me to show you what he did? This guy is got a racket going, man. He's collecting a disability check. He started working. He started working for a company for one day. He made it for the first day. Then he called out an injury and went on a disability, workers' comp, whatever. So he literally worked for one day at this company, and he's saying that he's disabled now. And this is what I found him doing today. This was just about this is about a little while ago. Hold on, let me show you.
Wait a minute, you called him working? He on a tractor? Wait, he on a tractor right there? Oh, you breaking up MLB, but he's on a tractor right there?
He's on a tractor and he's
I can hear you.
He was getting bullshit. There's no bullshit in the fucking ghetto.
You were breaking up. I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
No, I'm just saying there's no self-service in the ghetto, but yeah. This guy's a liar. He's full of shit. Completely full of shit.
Damn. So you got him busted dead to rights on the track.
He's finished. It's over for him. It's right here. See, at that house right there is right. That's I'm there. I'm here right now. This is for a little bit earlier.
Damn, that's fucking crazy right there.
He's doing weeds and shit out. Weed whack. He's been working in the morning since about 7 o'clock.
Oh, you breaking up, MLB? We barely caught what you saying. We barely. Oh no, we barely get what you're saying, MLB. Anyway, so he's a private investigator, and a guy started a job, say he's hurt or whatever, and MLB just caught him out on camera, riding on a tractor. Yeah, that's amazing, bro. It's in Jackson, Mississippi here. Yo, Lane, I have a tenant who works at a black restaurant. He's a chef. He said he no longer gonna hire any blacks. What do you think about that? I gotta get my nigga break. Say what?
He just giving up on him.
He said, man, like, you just can't hire him anymore. I gotta call my nigga Brave. Hold on for 1 minute, Lane. Hold on. I gotta call my nigga Brave. Getting me in on this right here. Oh, I should have called Brave earlier. Hey, somebody check CT stream. Make sure Brave ain't on CT stream. Someone check CT stream. See if Brave's on there.
I'm sorry, the person.
Damn. Hey, Lane, let me ask you this. There's some poor white trash areas in Alabama. Would you say that's fair?
I suppose.
I mean, you don't know of any poor white trash areas in Alabama? I do.
Man, I ain't never visited now.
But do you know of any, like, Coleman and shit?
I think I know of a few trailer parks.
Oh yeah. Oh, let me call B Brave. Let me call B Brave one more time. I want you to talk to B Brave. Hold on, Lane. Man, when is Black gonna pay me my money, man? Huh? They gonna pay me my money, man. Oh, I gotta get Brave on this one. Oh, wait. Brave, man, this is pissing me off. Brave don't answer the phone. Well, you know when I call him with that dope.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach.
Brave, it done pissing me off. Brave done pissed me off. CT has no pounds. I want you to talk to this old white man, Lane. And he's lived a very frugal life, never made a lot of money, and he's done pretty well for himself. He's very handy, like you are. You're in the construction. And anyway, so he has some very interesting thoughts about how Black people should look at life. Cut back on their frivolities, live within your means, and accept how great America is. What do you think about that?
A couple of them sound good.
Well, what do you think? What don't sound good?
This accepting that America is great. What that's supposed to mean?
Where else would you rather live other than America?
I mean, that's beside the point.
We got to get Brave up here. Let me call Brave. Hold on, let me call Brave one more time. Hold on, let me call Brave one more time. He's going to answer me after the third call, I promise. I'll be mad as hell if you don't. Come on, Brave. answer the phone. Yeah, Brave didn't answer the phone. Oh, he probably called me back. Anyway, I was hoping to get Brave on the phone with this guy, and they could have had a conversation. Let me call him back though.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Chris Knight.
No, he didn't answer the phone. And that was Brave. Who else do we have to call here? You have a couple calls I need to make. Been sitting here a little too long. Huh. What? It can't be real. Anyway, John's got one on the line. I had one. He dropped off. We'll get back to him. Hopefully he calls me back. Anyway, I'm hoping Brady calls me back. Oh, wait a minute. What is this?
I've been seeing it, not just at the airport. I've been seeing it at the store, at the mall. I've been seeing sisters showing up with these bonnets and headscarves and their slippers. And the question that I'm having to you, my sweet babies, when did we lose pride in representing ourselves? When did we step away of let me make sure I'm presentable when I leave my home? Let me make sure I'm representing the family I created so that if I'm out in the street, I look like I have pride in myself. And I'm not saying no full face of makeup. I'm not saying no full frontal. I'm not saying none of that. All I'm saying is, could you please comb your hair? And if you don't want to comb your hair, they got enough shit out here now, baby, where you can style yourself up and look like.
Please leave your message for 2.
Damn. Man, I gotta get in touch with some of these niggas owe me money. What? The nigga said send me a cash app. When they supposed to call me back by now? Damn. These damn blacks. See what I'm saying? Like, when that black supposed to call me back by now? What he's supposed to call me back by now, right? Easy bands, this one on you right here, boy. This boy ain't got my fucking money. This boy ain't got my money. He just entered the damn house. I get the alerts. All the people that enter my house. What? Give me a minute. We better call this black. See why the hell he ain't calling me back yet. What he said, what, 30 minutes? He said, give me 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and it was 30 minutes, right? Yeah, it was 30 minutes. Give me a second. All right, so we got proof that Hoover was once a majority white town We heard it from. Damn, did my phone ring? Did Brave call me? Let's see. Damn, where is Brave here? What happened to Brave? Anyway, so we proved that Hoover was a once almost all white town, and Izzy's now running around saying he lives in a black neighborhood in what was once an all white town, and clearly he's a liar. Doesn't understand history. Anyway, so here's a clip I want to share with you. It's here. Yeah. I saw this clip online. I couldn't believe it.
I'm not the birthday girl. I'm the birthday
Yeah, I don't want to hear
girl.
Anyway. This is for the 79th birthday to somebody, to their grandmama, I guess. And this is how they're celebrating. It's
I'm the birthday girl. Wait that shit.
spin that shit. Anyway, I thought that was so interesting. You know, saying, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that one. So I want to do this. I'm going to clip this for later. It's going to be a later, bigger segment. This is near and dear to a lot of what I talk about here. You see here. I lose my connection. Stop. Sorry. You heard me talk a lot about Maryland, Prince George's County, and so on and so forth. The governor of Maryland is a black guy, Wes Moore.
America's
a very affluent state by proximity to the nation's capital.
Top states for business rankings. And Maryland, it's staggering. Number 36 overall, with the second worst economy score in the country, 49th out of 50. We're only ahead of Rhode Island. You guys know we are actually here in Maryland. All right, take a look at this image here. Don't take our word for it. There it is. All right, Maryland sits at number 2, again, out of the worst economy score in the entire country. All right. Let's talk about this, ladies, because we're here in Maryland. Nicole, what's going on?
Listen, this is what happens when they stop chasing industry, when they raise our...
Wait a minute. Do you guys hear this audio? It's very interesting what this lady just said. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you hear this audio. She's actually surprised. Here's something interesting about Maryland. And this is John Galt's perspective, and I think you're about to hear these women more or less confirm what I've been saying. You heard me all the time. And there was a lady in the chat the other day. She says, John, you didn't expand on what you mean about Prince George's County. And I can't remember the question, but I think maybe I said it's a welfare county, state or whatever county. And you're about to hear this from someone else. You know, they should not be aligned with John Galt, but she's saying the same things about Maryland. And again, Maryland is a small state that's largely run by Black people. A lot of the counties, a lot of the cities, the governor, they have a lot of control. This is probably as much control they're going to get over any state. And I want you to listen to what these people are saying.
About this, ladies, because we're here in Maryland. Nicole, what's going on?
Listen. And I bet you these women are here in Maryland because they have government jobs. So you're probably going to hear them say that. They're not chasing industry. They're chasing government jobs.
This is what happens when they stop chasing industry, when they raise our power rates by closing all of our power plants. You know, this green energy initiative that everything's supposed to be all electric by 2030.
Oh, let me tell you. This is like magic to my ears. In these Black-run cities, they've adopted the liberal agenda. They've banned a lot of gas-powered stuff, tools and stuff like this. Maryland has done it. And you're hearing this whole climate change thing that most of these Blacks don't even agree with, don't even understand. They've latched onto it to their own detriment. This is very interesting. You're hearing it from her own words.
All of these very far leftist ideas only work when you have the funding for it. We don't have the power grid for everybody to have an electric.
You can adopt all that leftist shit you want, but none of it works if you don't have the money. If you're not Montgomery County, you can't do these things. PG County is trying to adopt these expensive leftist ideal ways of life without the money on the ground to fund it.
Vehicle by 2030. I can tell you, and you guys know for certain, when it rains here, I pop off because my electricity is gone. You know, we have people who just got broadband a few years ago because
Lord
where they
mercy.
live, the forest is so dense. Maryland is not geographically what you would consider an urban area where some of these blue policies might work. Maryland is largely agricultural. I mean, we have everything from the mountains of Allegheny County down to the sandy shores of Ocean City in Worcester County and everything in between. However, our leadership comes mostly from the Big Five.
The Big Five?
Big Five counties, which are all urban. So they have these very urban ideas of how to push the state forward, and it fails flat every single time. And I'm not going to talk trash about our current governor. I'm just going to say, I hope he finds something better to do with his time because he's killing us. Our bond rating.
This is Black excellence on display. Now they don't like it. They got everything they wanted. A Black McNamara's moron is governor. Westmore. They got Blacks in charge of all the counties, the little small cities, Bowie. DC Slim comes up here, brags about Prince George's County. The whole state is feeling he bragging about a county.
Has suffered. Our children aren't any smarter. You know, we don't have money for the blueprint, but people are being commanded to find the money for the blueprint.
No money.
We have
it's the richest Black county in America. They used to love to brag about it. But they can't keep up with the liberal ideas.
Immigration run amok. The sheriffs are, you know, rebelling against him. This whole thing is just coming apart. All the functions of government have been adversely impacted by this man's uber left, uber liberal ideas. And unfortunately, it's going to probably take us a generation to get back to where we were.
Nigga, it's over. Oh, man, it's over. A generation? Huh? A generation? Please. No. Okay. Yeah, I got your message, Parliamentary. Didn't call my nigga P. Bird. Be mad at him. He didn't answer my phone call. You know it's important when I'm calling. Can't you know it? You probably should leave the chat. You know, when me and B. Braid come, if B. Braid answer that phone, boy, you know it's gonna be lightning. You ain't gonna be able to take it. You're gonna be running to get up under somebody else's tent. So just leave now. Like Carmelo. Yeah, Braid must be out on his bike. Yeah, we catch him another time. Anyway, this is Maryland. Back to Maryland.
When Larry Hogan, the king of the centerists, was our governor.
What? Yeah. Shelly, what are your...
Larry Hogan was a white guy. Damn, was he a cancer patient? Cancer survivor?
By this man's uber left, uber liberal ideas. And unfortunately, it's going to probably take us a generation to get back to where we were when Larry Hogan, the king of the centrists, was our governor.
Right? Yeah. Shelley, what are your thoughts on this new ranking?
Well, I think, not only are we downgraded in Moody's, there was another, I think Standard & Poor's and another bond rating that we have been downgraded in, number one. Number two, many of the costs, if you will, and I'm talking about financial impact on Maryland, can be attributed to, where's my list right here, top three, government infrastructure or relying heavily on government, I'll say. Also, the long-term.
Did you hear that? This is what I've been saying about PG County. I hope the ladies in the chat that asked me that question, this lady just answered it for you.
Can be attributed to, where's my list right here, top three, government infrastructure or relying heavily on government, I'll say. Also, the long-term spending commitments, again, just spending, and the structural budget, which comes up almost every year, but Marylanders here, the delegates and the senators down in Annapolis, they just love to spend. They don't want to change the structure of the budget because they know it benefits them to have pockets and all these different pots that they can pull from. Now, in order for those pots to be filled, they keep taxing us and they keep raising fees on us. So this is how it's done. That's number two. Number three, overall, I think it was over 130-something thousand net migration difference. So we lost 130-something thousand people, but then it was made up. Guess why? International migration, better known as illegal immigration. Much of that 130-something thousand loss that was backfilled by illegals coming into.
We're being replaced. We're being replaced, folks.
Actively.
Oh, this is a beautiful thing to hear.
And you both mentioned some great points here. I mean, this scoring was basically due to an anemic GDP growth, okay? Quarter one, 2026 at just 1.5%. All right, that's really sluggish compared to faster growing red states, all right? And again, we have a heavy reliance on federal spending, and we know with President Trump and DOGE and the government cuts that, it was a big hit to Maryland. As you mentioned, Shelley, high taxes, the cost of doing business. We are tax and feed out the wazoo from a corporate tax of 8.25%. To a top individual income tax of 6.5%, sky high gas tax, over 65 cents a gallon. I mean, and this is why we have been slammed as one of the most unfriendly states to do business in, or businesses.
This is once the richest black county in America. Having their coming to Jesus moment here. And interestingly enough, it's the sister gals speaking up. These are the ones that probably benefited from the government largesse. Now they're being boxed out by other people. And they're complaining about the government reliance.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. The unemployment and jobs, 4.25% unemployment as of May. So job losses in the non-farm sectors, as you were talking about, Nicole, have elevated federal UI claims. This is tied to DC policy shifts. We were just talking about this.
So what she just said was unemployment claims as UI is tied to federal government policies in DC. That's Trump getting rid of the DEI jobs, moving HUD to Virginia, moving other agencies to Virginia or Maryland, Montgomery County, not Prince George's County.
Claims. This is tied to DC policy shifts. We were just talking about this earlier. Delegate Congolo was quoted in the Washington Times. We can no longer depend on government jobs.
Oh. This has been John Gall's thesis all along. PG County is nothing but a government welfare factory for make-work jobs. And now they're seeing that as they get boxed out, hell, they're getting boxed out of the government jobs too.
We got to start pushing entrepreneurship, trades, things like this in order to, be viable.
Yeah. And look,
Put a 1 in the chat if you now understand what I've been saying about PG County. This is what I've been saying about them all along. They have no businesses. I never go there. There's nothing for me to go there for. And now these sister gals are saying, we need trades. Well, who gonna learn the trades? The women or the men? We need trades. We need training.
We technically in Maryland, we really don't have a reason to be behind in business expansion or business growth, because we have the top 2 hospitals and medical institutions, biotech, if you want to call it that, right here, literally in our backyard. We could literally, if we had to walk, quote unquote, to Johns Hopkins or University of Maryland, we probably could do that with no thought. You know what I mean? But compared to Virginia, North Carolina, the data shows that Maryland, CNBC, the top states for doing business. This is according to CNBC 2025. Maryland came in 32nd. 32nd out of 50 states. Virginia's the 4th, and North Carolina was the 1st. The cost of doing business, to even get businesses started here. I mean, just a simple sole proprietorship. If you want to get your business registered, it's going to cost you at least starting $300 off the bat. Okay, I think that may have gone up a little bit. $300 just to file the paperwork. Not to mention the time it takes to do it, the other expenses that go along with that, the energy, the labor. That's just the start. Every year it costs you $300 just to file the taxes on that. Okay, you make a change in your line item, that's another $200 or $300. That's just the start of a sole proprietorship, and that's even within your home, not even a facility or a brick and mortar building. So the costs are high as well. So all of these features and aspects add to the time constraints, the labor, the sheer cost of starting businesses. People don't want to have to do that. They want to go, if you're starting a business, nevertheless, startup phase, certainly, you don't want to have many expenses. You want to have more revenue coming in to not cover the expenses that you do have, but certainly to make
it is something that there are no men here, because what it's going to take for what all she's talking and all the other women are talking are the men to come in if these policies are changed and do these things. But there are no men in the equation. They're out begging for 50 cents while demanding $50 an hour. It's not going to work.
Profit so that you can reinvest those profits back into your business and keep growing. Not here in Maryland.
No way, folks. And we are sounding the alarm because guess what? The governor of Maryland is looking for a new job, and he wants to be the president. What's up, everybody? This is Poppin' Politics.
Wait a minute, is CT related to this channel, right? Poppin' Politics? I don't know.
Get those get stickers. You push this agenda across all of the states, okay? And it's bad news, folks. And if you all are sitting around saying, "Oh, nobody's going to vote for this man," you better think again. All right, he is already out here campaigning.
Well, he a broad man. What do you mean? He a soldier boy, a McNamara's moron. These people have gotten information behind a McNamara's moron. He an urban guy, a liberal. They're realizing that, damn, this shit ain't working. They should have listened to John Gall. I've been telling them PG County's an armpit. They have nothing but government.
He's trying to get a national name for himself. Again, we're talking about Westmore, all right? The same man who just pushed a budget, $1 billion in tax hikes, including higher top brackets, capital gain surtax. I mean, the list goes on, expanded estate tax, tons of new fees. He wants to expand this across the country. All right. Absolutely. Wake up, folks.
Absolutely. Let's not forget that when he came into office almost 4 years ago, what was it, Nicole? It was a $6 billion surplus we had. $6 billion. He spent in the first 2 years, he spent the $6 billion plus some, which is.
So what she just said is Larry Hogan left him a $6 billion surplus. Westmore spent it all up in Prince George's County. And him spending all that money got poorer. Explain that.
2
why
billion
we
more.
got 2 billion more, which is what, so we're in the net a hole, if you will, which is why our bond ratings have gone down, not to mention the other expenses have gone up. And yet he's still touted on this national stage. Don't be fooled by him. I mean, he has a big ass and a big head, but don't be fooled by him, okay? Even
they turn to get broad man. Well, who they gonna turn to? They turning back to Larry Hogan, the white man.
all you gay people, if you like look at that male's asses, don't be fooled by him.
Lord have mercy.
Don't be fooled. And I'm talking to the FBAs, okay? Because a lot of black folks figure, okay, he's a black guy, I'm gonna vote for him. This man does not have your best interest at all.
I don't even think he FBA, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of questions surrounding that.
Part at all, folks. As we just said, they are getting rid of the FBAs and they're bringing in illegals. Okay, we saw a net migration of people in this state, and we're seeing higher.
What's up, Master Kim?
Yeah, hey, John, man. I had to chime in because this is important, and this is not the first time we spoke about this. All the razzmatazz of the clerical stuff, you know, filing this or starting an LLC, it's all garbage talk, right? What's important is what business model, what trade craft, what products and services do you plan to sell? Forget about the filing fee or the LLC fee. I mean, it could be $1,000. It doesn't matter. Everything's a matter of perspective, right? So just to talk about the filing or the clerical aspect of starting the entity portion of the business, it's so stupid. That's all they talk about. They never talk about any tangible, real type of businesses. And that's what's, I mean, and then on top of that, why start a business or they can, I don't even know if they can, I don't even know if I can spell entrepreneurship, let alone them. So use these fancy words about entrepreneurship, but they're not even, they need to be able to understand these little unique opportunities in the market, whether it be real estate like what you do, or be a hotelier or a retailer or whatnot, not just use a generic language like entrepreneurship. Some of the richest people on the planet are entrepreneurs, for so are the brokest people living on their mom's basement selling fucked up Chinese silkscreen t-shirts that just aren't selling. You know what I mean? So I guess what I'm trying to say is never are they mentioning anything about what business, what type of business, what's the, you know, if you want to replace all the trashy ass Indians and Koreans in your neighborhood, go after those businesses like we talk about.
Well, she mentioned the trades, and this is one of the things that, you know, I've been talking about. Like, I don't go to PG County, nor do I do any commerce with people from PG County. My roofers, plumbers, electricians, none of them live in PG County. So now she's saying, well, we need trades. Well, that's probably a man's conversation, a conversation for men. It's not a conversation. Women are going to be electricians by and large in any big numbers, plumbers, so on and so forth. HVAC people, where are the men to be having this conversation? There are none. So that's why she's talking more or less generically. She can't put herself in the position of a plumber with her ass crack showing. So that is probably down at the foundation, is that there are no men even in this conversation.
Hey, John, you know, one thing that's glossed over, and it doesn't apply to you because you are independently wealthy, not me. I need my wife and my wife needs me, but that's a very big part of being the entrepreneur also, or business owner, is one person has a legit corporate job with the benefits, and the other entrepreneur person is the one, because remember, John Galt doesn't get paid despite all the fancy business books that lie and say pay yourself first. That's a fucking lie. You need to pay yourself last, right? Well, average American's not going to do that.
Well,
so
let me point out something to you, Mr. Kim, and I started this earlier. Where was Rick Child's wife when that incident happened?
Where was she? Was she at the store too, or no?
She was manning the store. He was in the back.
Yeah. The whole family was involved. Yep. So married couple. Yep.
The son was a software developer. He had already graduated. He was working with Blue Cross Blue Shield. The daughter was an accountant. The mother and the son were manning the front of the store while Rick Child was in the back. Think about that, right? These people are talking about entrepreneurship, but how are you going to make it work? Is someone going to be willing to sacrifice their Saturday to come man the shop? Or one of these bulls going to go man the shop? They talking about any of these bulls going to man the shop? Like those Ethiopian women I showed.
Yeah, John, I remember about 5 years ago, there was a gentleman, he and his girlfriend, both African-American, kind of successful middle class, which by today's standard, that's pretty mighty, right? To be middle class these days. They wanted to buy a gas station, and I sell gas to gas stations, so I know who's buying and selling of actual physical gas stations. And I told this guy who I think is going to retire from the military, or one of these contractors from the military, and he had like some good-looking black woman girlfriend too. And I told both of them, I go, "Oh, you want to buy a gas station?" They go, "Yeah." I go, "Okay, good. Don't you ever get sick?" And they looked at me like what is that? I was like, "Oh, you can't call off. You are there's no Superman. You're Superman."
Yeah.
And I go, people have done this where the woman will open up in the morning, make sandwiches, and run the gas station, and husband will come in at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock to get the money to the bank in time, go to Sam's Club real quick, and try to come back quick enough to get the old girl who's worked 12 hours out of the store so he can work the next 12 hours. Like the nasty ass motherfuckers that come from Bangladesh, same shit. On the Koreans too. We all do that same stuff. We talked about it before. Is it 667, 6 days a week, 6 to 6, 7 days a week? You do that for 3 years, man, you're gonna be balling it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
but yeah, these people need to talk about some stuff with some substance on it, man.
This is man talk. These are women talking where there should be men talking. If you start talking about trades, you talking about men. You talking about opening up businesses, there's more or less men. The women will follow, and once you make it safe enough, they'll come up and open up their little salons and stuff like that. But the men, they need to be comfortable enough to go in and open up the bodegas and whatever. That's kind of the foundation. That's the start. The plumbers, all that kind of stuff, all this foundation. But PG County doesn't have that. It is a county whose wealth was built off of the government. And that is what these women are saying. And that is what I've been saying. It's all fake. It's artificial. It can be changed overnight. Trump start cutting jobs and student loans, and all you see, it all just start to collapse. And that is what these women are complaining about. We built our county up off of government largesse. And look how easily that evaporates when there were no businesses built off of all of that wealth that they generated from having government jobs. Why didn't they start any businesses? They just went on vacations. They had $22,000 birthday parties. They spent $9,000 to go to a low-ranked college. These are bad priorities. These are misplacement of money. You can't spend that money, that type of money, that wrong, in that bad of a, direction, and then expect good things to happen for you.
Hey, John?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it safe to say, and again, not all, is it safe to say that a lot of blacks that do, kind of naturally fall into the underman ranking, they got no problem to have their face be seen at whatever the food stamp office? Because I know once a month or once a week or every day or somehow they got to check in with these people and show that they're working or looking for work or something like that. There's a lot of Americans. You'll never see my car. You'll never see my face. You'll never see anyone associated with my name at the food stamp office. You're just not going to see it, right? But there's a lot of Americans. Hey, that's hey, they'll meet me for coffee, and then we'll go to the food stamp office. A lot of people have got no dignity or shame, and it's just business as usual. So even as the undermanned class, there are people that got no problem, because in this country, there is a safety net to catch you, and they live swimmingly well compared to others.
Well, but there are people that exploit the food stamp system and get very wealthy. They get food stamps, they take their food stamps and run a little corner store. I would much prefer our food stamp recipients do that than just spending away frivolously on Cheetos and Doritos and stuff like that. I think if you had a choice. So I don't know. That kind of seems to be the case. These women here are complaining about things that, they really need men to come in and solve. They need men in the equation. I think this is a channel associated with like Gimpy or CT, if I'm not mistaken. Is it Poppin' Politics? Let me see. Is this Poppin' Politics? Is that CT channel? Or not CT channel, but yeah, Poppin' Politics. Are they related to CT channel? Or Gimpy or something like that? Have you ever heard of this channel, Mexican?
Oh, no. I've kind of tuned out, except from your channel and in Latinos. I got to actually hit Latinos in the urban, and then Universo's station. I don't go to anyone else's station. But no, I'll look into that. Chaotic, if that's chaotic.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's CTs. It may be like somewhere related to CT. It may be Gimpy or something like that. I could be wrong though. Anyway.
Migration of illegals. This is what's happening. They're replacing us. I don't care if he's black. I don't care what he is what he calls himself. All right. He does not care about you.
Well, let's look at this. Like Prince George's County is sort of a black mecca, mostly because they have federal employees who live there who make exorbitant amounts of money and live in beautiful homes and are well-educated workforce. Maryland has one of the highest educated workforces in any state in the nation. However, there is no tax just on white people. There are no taxes just on Hispanic people. There are no taxes on anybody but black folk. That's not how government runs. So it makes no sense to invest your vote, because you only get one. Well, you're only supposed to get one. Let's do that. You only get one. Invested in a man who looks like you, but doesn't think like you. Prince George's County.
So what they're talking about, Master Kim, there's a divide really in Maryland, to be honest with you. The money comes in from everywhere else except for PG County in Baltimore. But the numbers are with the people in PG County in Baltimore. Does that make sense? And so it's shifting in that you hear these people saying that the blacks are trading to higher water, higher ground, and they're going outside of PG County, which is Charles County, which is the county over. And the people that are replacing them are immigrants who are not necessarily voting in the favor of blacks, even though there may be a black person in charge. Westmore has to kowtow to where the money is. So if it's about immigration, resisting ICE and allowing more immigrants, he has to side with them. And that is to the detriment of Prince George's County.
Yeah, hey, John?
Yeah.
Isn't a PG County where there's kind of like middle class black flight now because it's kind of hooded up and loved up a bit? Okay, that's right.
Now, but when I first moved here, it was the wealthiest black county, quote unquote, in the country. But that was largely due to government largesse. Blacks that work at HUD, the Department of Education, so on and so forth. Well, a lot of those agencies have moved to Virginia, downsized, so on and so forth, automation, stuff like that. People retired. Those jobs aren't there. Well, what did the people do with the money that they made while they were working for the government? They just retired. They went on vacations. They had expensive birthday parties. They didn't start businesses. But the immigrants that came in who were outside of the wall of being able to work for the government or get regular jobs, they started businesses. They had no other choice. They couldn't go work for the government. And so now she's saying we need businesses and entrepreneurship. Well, the immigrants were forced into that. She's telling the blacks, you need to find an alternative in entrepreneurship and trades and stuff like that. It's probably not going to work. Again, there are no men involved in this conversation.
Yeah, John, as far as PG County, was it like I heard?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought I had plenty. Go ahead. What you say, Mexican?
But wasn't it like the Greeks and the Polish kind of coming in there, robbing people, thugging out? Wasn't it like the Polish and Greeks coming in those neighborhoods, home invasions, kicking in doors and stuff?
That wasn't the Greeks.
Or what? Oh, my bad.
It was that. You're going to hear her say, though, just like Howard was once a symbol of Black excellence, PG County was once a symbol of, you'll hear her say it.
He should be for us. Look at what he's done for that entirely Black enclave. Prince George's County was powerhouse county as far as money is concerned. And when Doge started and people started losing their jobs, what was his response to that?
So you notice she just blamed it on Trump. She said when Doge, which came under Trump, started, all these government people started losing their jobs. See, there was never any entrepreneurship. They were solely dependent on government, like welfare recipients, like JP. And they were living their high life. But it's now come to an end. This is what you're seeing.
Was it what they said before when they closed down the Keystone Pipeline? You guys need to learn how to code? Is that what he said? Or did he give them Maryland's little $900 every 2 weeks unemployment and told them, I know your mortgage is $4,000 or $5,000 a month, but this will keep your kids out of the soup line, is more like what he said. So you really have to take a look. I get it. You want somebody who looks like you think it's representation, but does he think like you? Skin color is not enough because not all skin folk are kinfolk.
Oh, no. This guy, Moore, Obama, they're all in the same.
They're turning against Obama. Sister gals realizing that Obama was all hope and change. This is really amazing because, again, this is the blackest county where they should be able to take advantage of the government largesse in foreign businesses. But they got hooked on their government dope. And the government took the dope away. It's very interesting, Mexican.
Same boat as Mondami, Walz in Minnesota, Gavin Newsom in California, all of them. The one thing they want is power and control, okay? They don't care about you. They don't care about your ethnicity. You know, the only reason why they're putting attention right now on Latinos mostly or illegals is because they know that they are beholden to them. You know, they can use the idea of sanctuary in this country without going about it the right way through the legal channels. And so that's what they're dangling in front of these people, okay? And in reality, you know, these people are laughing at us. They're laughing at us while they tax and fee us to the wazoo. They're laughing at us.
I don't know what that's about.
Governor Moore on national TV talking about.
Yeah.
What is she referencing about that they're being overtaxed? And obviously she had mentioned it quite a few times. What is she referencing? That there's like some targeted tax?
All right. Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. I think I can show you. Let me see if I can show you right here. Let's see. I'll show you. Here it is. This is what they're referencing. Prince George's County has a higher property tax rate than most of the Washington, D.C. metropolitan region, though actual tax bills often balance out due to lower median home values. Well, again, the per meal rate is higher. So I think it's per meal. Is it per meal? Is it per meal rate? Something like that? Something like that. The nominal real property tax rate is $1 per 100 of assessed value, equivalent to a mill levy rate of 10 or 10 per mill, plus additional state and regional district charges. So the long and short of this is that since they don't have businesses, there really is no one else to tax but homeowners. It's a bedroom community. No one wants to say that. It is nothing but a bedroom community. People live there and go work somewhere else. And then the immigrants come start businesses there, And then they live somewhere else too. So who do you tax? Okay, you can tax the businesses, but you can't tax their income, or maybe you can't tax, large parts of their income. They can only really get it property. Does that make sense? Whereas Fairfax County, they have big businesses and stuff like small businesses that they can spread the tax load around. Does that make sense? And so that's where PG County is. That it's a bedroom community. You may be on mute, Mexican. Anyway, so no one lives or works in PG County. Lives and works. You may live there, but you don't work there. And so the tax revenue.
Get out of perspective.
Go ahead, Mexican. I hear you now.
Oh, no, that's it. Sorry.
No, I didn't hear you. Repeat that again. Well, anyway, Mexican, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. I'm guessing there.
It makes a lot of sense. The lady's kind of playing a little victimhoodish.
What's that? You would chop it up. You would chop it a little bit. So repeat what you just said. I may have missed it.
Yeah, the lady is, kind of disingenuous. She's hyping it up and playing more victimhoodish when it's not like Target at all. It's just like you mentioned, the business dynamics are not there to help offset the tax.
Yeah, the government has to find money from somewhere. So, the property owners are the biggest tax base. There are no businesses by and large, and so. Where do you get the money from? That's why their taxes are so high. That's why the people are fleeing that county to go to neighboring counties. You know what's interesting, Mexican? And I have to call on the channel. I had a lady. I'm going to see if I can find. It's easy to find. I remember this one. Let's see. It is going to be here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Hi, you the urban landlord.
Yeah, who's calling?
This is Lisa. You just got finished talking to me and my fiance Steve.
John is a fleet,
yeah.
A slumlord.
Turn my vocal up. Turn my vocal
Listen
up
this
some more.
Turn
my vocal up. Turn the music up too.
Hello, Mr. Dog.
Yeah.
Hi, you the urban landlord.
Yeah, who's calling?
This is Lisa. You just got finished talking to me and my fiance Steve. We live in Charles County.
Yeah. You heard that? We live in Charles County.
Yeah.
That's the neighboring county. That means they fled PG County and moved further out from DC. Well, what does that mean? Her husband or boyfriend, who's still my tenant, they pay me $400 a week. That's $1,600 a month. Assuming there's 4 weeks in a month. When there's 5 weeks, there's $2,000 a month. Is that right? Yeah, $2,000. And the reason why they wanted to get back into DC and not PG and into DC was he can work overtime by living in DC because the buses and the trains run later. Moving out to the suburbs, the far suburbs, Charles County, prevented her boyfriend from working overtime hours. See, the suburbs is for white collar people. They don't need buses that run late at night to get them to and from work. But these are blue collar people who will run out of PG County, went to Charles County, and realized, like, damn, I can't work overtime if I live out here. I need to get back into DC because Prince George's County is too dangerous. So these are the tax revenues that Prince George's County is missing out on. The low working class people that do not want to live in PG County and would do whatever it takes to live in DC. $2,000 in the month of July, she's paid me rent. She can find cheaper rent in Prince George's County, but it would come at the detriment of crime and violence, and she doesn't want that. There's a classic example here. What working class people up against. What do you think about that, Mexican? You're on mute, by the way.
Oh yeah, very interesting dynamics and whatnot. And just like you mentioned, a lot of people need to balance out the pros and cons of either moving closer to everything. So like that, if they move towards your area, they can work overtime, but then have to deal with all the other stuff. So yeah, very interesting. More income, but they got to deal with everything else.
Yeah, Mexican, did you hear the video from that? Have you been hearing about all the Howard dysfunction?
Yeah, about the whiny students and the financial aid and stuff like that. And then don't mention the ones that applied on time, were responsive to the emails, applied for the tuition a payment plan, or although like 98% of those people are never mentioned. It's only the dummy 2 or 3% that shouldn't even be at Howard anyways. They need to come back home and just go to the little local community college and just work at Pizza Hut.
That is interesting that you say that, because there was one student that was from Georgia that could have easily gotten a free ride to college with the Hope Scholarship. I'm assuming they still have that.
Yep, absolutely. But
right.
You got to have a 3.7.
Oh wow, okay.
Just like Camelo.
Yeah.
John, may I change the subject just for a quick second?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I love the fact of, hey, do you mind if I get up on your tent? I love that statement. I'm gonna squeeze it in. Remember Latino used to say it's just programs, and everyone would type it into text. Now I'm gonna say, can I get in your tent?
Latino used to say that? I remember that.
Oh no, not the tent one, but the we just need, just obnoxious violence and degenerate stuff. And Latino would say, oh, they just need more programs.
Yeah, they need more programs. Mexican, I was talking to Lisa yesterday. She was talking about my channel and everything. And she said, John, she said, the one thing I will say interesting about you is your channel, I should say, is that like in a lot of aspects of life, you have a clip that's relative to like what people are going through. If you work in the ghetto, you're a security guard. I got a clip for that. Remember the AutoZone guy? If you sing your child at Howard, I probably have a clip for that. You hear about all the dysfunction in the news, and then I have a clip for that. And here's a clip, and I'm getting somewhere with this. I'll show you in a second, but listen to this. This is a clip from the lady describing all of the Howard dysfunction. University mother looking for off-campus housing. Here it is. Listen to this.
For Duggan room. They just let in too many freshmen. So they're booting the sophomores, up there.
Oh, wow.
And the shuttle ends 11 something. So my son is an architecture student. So he basically wouldn't even, if he stayed late on campus, he'd be in trouble. Plus he paints. So he couldn't get on the shuttle. Like it's all these issues.
Oh, wow. So they have the students living in, like Highfield's a long way away from Howard.
I know. It's a 40-minute shuttle ride, man said. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's a long way. It's probably quicker to just ride the train.
I know. So it's really not an option. I can tell you that now. It's not an option. So we're trying to weigh out, like if they change him, which they haven't said anything. And now I just think we need to just look into other options.
So they have a lot of students. They have a lot of students, or just a handful up there in Hyattsville?
A lot.
In Hyattsville?
He said it's a whole lot up there.
In Hyattsville? Wow, that is amazing. That is really amazing. Damn. I don't know if you know this. Have you live in DC?
No, we're in Baltimore.
Oh, okay. I've been in DC a long time. I've been a landlord here a long time. And if you're familiar, did you go to Howard?
Yeah, I went to Howard.
Okay, you probably know then. A lot of that area around Howard, it used to be like dorms and stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. People wouldn't even, but you were afraid to walk. And now everything is over expensive and people don't look like they used to look.
And so this is not a TikTok video. This is from my own business. And I don't think anyone else has content that can bridge the gap between what they see in the news and the real world. That's a real phone call of a Howard parent explaining what she's going through. And this is before it all hit the news.
Now, John, also you are smart enough to ask the right questions, whether it be this lady from Howard or tenants, like that lady Waukesha that does hair. You'd ask her,
Yeah.
how come you're not doing more hair? And then
Yeah.
come to find out, well, people are trying to save money, they do it themselves. But also, I think we need to come up with a list of dipshit jobs that you're gonna be broke, you're gonna stay broke, you will always be broke. Seem to be your tenants and what they're doing for to make a living, and they don't have a significant other that has a high powered job. You can do these little bullshit jobs if your significant other is just cracking duckies. You know what I mean?
I should be more explicit in how I'm explaining this, because I think a lot of people may not see the patterns. Hell, patterns are hard for a lot of people to see. But I said a while back, black people who work in black restaurants have a hard time making do, which means that their workers are going to have a hard time making do. So downstream from that, don't rent to them. If you listen to the phone call of the black man who had a hard time paying rent, he works at a black restaurant. We profile that here. If you put it all together, you see kind of the problem. Everything he said, the black employees throwing away valuable dishes and plates and fry pans, or whatever you call it, fry baskets. That hinders a restaurant from even being viable. When you say so, Mexican.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I can't even, I'm not in the restaurant business, but if someone had told me that people would rather throw away dishes and silverware and fry baskets as opposed to wash them, I wouldn't have believed that. I wouldn't have believed it. Would you have believed that, Mexican?
No, not at all. And again, I want to understand the proper context. Who would do such a thing? It's just like absolute stupidity. People are trying to cut the cost of what's called paper products, which is plastic cups, paper cups, all that stuff. Let alone again.
Go ahead.
It's just dumb people.
Yeah, it is kind of unbelievable, and it shows you that the barriers that the black businesses have. This guy was hiring people from homeless shelters, and he said at this point he'd rather go with the Hispanics. Well, who's going to get the better pick of the Hispanic labor? A black-run restaurant or a guy who has a direct pipeline to the Hispanics? He's not going to get the best of Hispanics.
John, we talked about this before, and we use your boy Omar as an example of these Tunisians or Arabs and how they intermix their cash flow versus an American or a black American. They only have their cash flow to pay their labor, and if they're short on money, they don't.
Yeah.
So versus a lot of these ethnic groups, they know don't be messing with American people's money, that they do know that because they know that Americans are so petty that just any slight or misunderstanding of withholding their pay or a late pay, that Americans go bonkers and will quit on the spot. So it's like these ethnic cultures treat Americans, and mind you, I was born here, like retards, and like it's almost like just don't mess with their money and they'll be cool. So all these other cultures have a backup system to make sure that they've got enough cash flow to pay their American employees, because they know American employees take it personal, will start stealing shit or will quit on the spot.
Hey, let me ask you this question, Mexican. How long do you think this restaurant will be open?
African American restaurants, I would say max out at maybe 9 months, right? 9 months, and here's why.
Tell us.
The owner who was flossing in Boston. I mean, look at Anton Daniels' restaurant in Michigan, right?
He had a restaurant.
Yeah, remember Anton Daniels had that in Waterford, Michigan, a restaurant that closed.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you did and I did. It was right next to a Japanese massage parlor that was owned probably by some Koreans. The worst place to be putting a restaurant is next to like a house of prostitution.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this was up in Waterford, Michigan, off Highway M59 in kind of the Pontiac, Waterford, Michigan. Anton Daniels had a restaurant there that just fizzled out, and it was called Sweet Georgia or Sweet something, but Sweet Peaches or something. But anyways, yeah, I would say 9 months, and here's why. an American, white or black, but I'm going to say black, cannot accept the fact of not making money for 4 months. Because keep in mind, all your shit's being paid late. You've already got extensions, and 9 months is the point where they just it's a wrap. Because you've also gone through the seasonality, right, of going from summer to fall to winter, and so 9 months, and they just throw in the towel, and that's it. They'll break the lease because they can't even, because they're not connected. There isn't a very large African American restaurateur.
Yeah. So, Master Kim, you breaking up. I don't hear you, but
Italians,
look. Yeah,
can
go ahead.
bamboozle the next guy to take over the restaurant.
Look at this, Master Kim. This restaurant where this guy works opened up in November of 2025. Will it make it to November 2026? Guys, what do you think? Will it make it?
I don't know.
You don't think so, Master Kim?
Oh, hold on. Let me read the article.
Let me scroll down a little bit. Will this restaurant make it to 2026 November? I'm not going to read it. It's a short read.
So yeah, he can make it to November. It's after December is when restaurants suffer because everyone's spent all the Christmas money and they're financially trying to catch up on the credit cards. So in the restaurant industry, the month of January, February is very harmful. So he could probably make it through November because people have got discretionary cash to be going out to eat, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then after that, a lot of restaurants just can't make it.
You don't think he can make it past? We're gonna keep it out. We're gonna keep it out on this place.
Yeah, he'll make it to November, December, and then have to call it quits in January.
But January, you only get the New Year's effect.
No. Because after Christmas, people just don't have the discretionary income because they're paying off credit card bills that they use and all that. What's all that stuff when you don't want to pay all at once? You can like make payment plans.
Oh yeah.
Target everywhere has that where you can break up the payments. All that stuff, they gotta start paying for that. So I guess it eats, and it's not even your decision. They already got your bank account information where they're just drafted that stuff out of your bank account. So yeah, I think January and December are horrible times in the restaurant industry for new restaurants. Restaurants that have been around a while, they understand the seasonality and the ebb and flows of the cash flow.
Yeah,
but the game, John, real quick, the game plan, and I'm so sorry, the game plan is if while a restaurant is not succeeding, they need to pawn that off on someone in their own culture would be the game plan, right? But you have to have those restaurateurs or people from the old country, new country coming here, so you can pawn that restaurant on them.
Yeah,
and they have to be present. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the thing. Like in this area, Master Kim, this is right by Capitol Hill. They're not gonna. Their menu, their environment is not going to appeal to the larger audience in that area. That is going to be the biggest hindrance. If you would ask me, DC is very strict on parking. Most of the people that come here don't live here, so coming here, they got to pay for parking and stuff like that. That's just a hindrance, and they got to look for parking. That's just a lot to ask for, if you ask me.
John, that's a very good comment. A lot of people make big mistakes with restaurants, but really any business. And here it is. So let's say that you might be able to get the lunch business from all like the working. Let's say there's a factory plant or like the government near you. What happens on the weekends? It's a ghost town. What the hell are you going to do? Right. So that's why you need rooftops. So a lot of people get their asses kicked when they open up a nice little sandwich shop or coffee shop near where everyone works. And then they end up looking they're stupid because they got no business over the weekend. And and you need every single day of the week, you need traffic.
Yeah. And the problem is this is not lunch food. If you work in this area, you're not spending $24 for a crab cake sandwich, $18 for a burger. You're not doing that on a regular basis. Deviled eggs, $13.
Hey, John, I would love to do a part 3 of the Asian boycott, by the way, whenever you're ready. I don't hear nothing about that. Not online, no nothing. Like it's the power of the shrimp. It has nothing to do with the Asians.
You said the shrimp is what does it, Mexican?
Yeah, hell yeah, dog. They go through
Oh,
they go through a shrimp explosion. I mean, they just want shrimp on the brain, dog. Like,
what is it about the shrimp, you think?
Well, the Asians know how to provide shrimp entrees relatively cheap. You want lobster, shrimp, or any mussels, or any specific seafoods. Asians are masters at acquiring seafood, preparing it great, and there's something. It's a Chinese dish, Mandarin. It's called woodipar, which is WOODIPAR. Dog, this is like from heaven, and I don't care what culture, what color you are. It is shrimp, and I forgot the exact. It's like a jump.
Oh, we missed you, Mexican.
And we'll put like some syrup on it and like a slice of bacon. It is like from the heavens above, obviously the Christian heaven, because there's pork involved, but it's called woodipar, WOODIPAR. And us Asians, American customers absolutely love it. But even us Asians are eating the same stuff that the white and black customers just go crazy for. But it is like from the heavens above. It is because that bacon and shrimp, it's like wrapped together. Oh my God, it's dope. And it's called woodipar, and that's like a delicacy. So the reason I say about the shrimp is
Asians know
how to get that shrimp to the customers relatively cheap and very tasty. And Asians are pros at understanding seafood before it goes bad. They won't sell bad seafood, right? Because they turn it so quick. And that's one thing. Remember earlier in your stream, you said about you wouldn't trust a restaurant. If they're off the hook busy, they could it doesn't matter because the volume of food is moving so quick that nothing spoils.
That's very important. Yeah, that's very important.
But some raggedy, quiet restaurant, don't be ordering no lobster bisque soup. I mean, you're gonna be sick as a dog.
Yeah. What is it? This is it throughput, lead time, whatever it is in operations and stuff like that. Very important. Yeah, very important. Master Kim, you got any last words? I better get out of here. I got some things I got to do.
Man, I enjoy the show. I've been, working throughout the day, so I'm gonna take the stream at the very beginning and watch it as like white noise, if you will. Love the stream, and thank you very much, John. It seems like you're fit, man. No more headaches or no more shoulder pains.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well.
Doing those Mexican vitamins, which is AKA testosterone. But anyway, thank you, everyone. John, I'm gonna go back and listen to the stream from the beginning.
Sounds great, Master Kim. Thank you. Hey, Master Kim, before you go, I had my buddy Chris up here. He's lives in Atlanta area.
Yeah, Chris, the architect.
Yeah, man. I wanted to have him. You tell him how to negotiate businesses again. When you were negotiating, when you were talking to that real estate agent, you said some things that I didn't even think about. I said, let me take that, and you could probably run with that. Because there are probably a lot of older business owners here that just want to cash out.
Yes.
Yeah, I do believe that. Yeah.
And not a lot of people. I'd love to. I got Chris's number, Chuck, and buzz him up and maybe meet up with him in Atlanta, and we call in on the stream.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, Mexican.
He's one of those high dollar people, so it's going to be Houston Steakhouse, which is up in North Atlanta, Buckhead area. All right, dog. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye.
All right, Mexican. Take it easy. Guys, thank you for joining. Make sure if you haven't subscribed to the Urban Landlord Clips, make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips and subscribe to the Urban Landlord if you haven't subscribed to the Urban Landlord. We'll be back live there in probably 10, 12 days, whatever. In terms of this strategy going forward, I think I need to, I don't think I need to, at least we have 2 strikes there, so we need to make sure that we don't get another strike, the channel ban. So we have to keep it pretty light over there. I think we kept it pretty light over here, though there could be people that, strike you nonetheless, whatever. So anyway, we'll figure out the strategy of how to merge the content. We'll see. Anyway, thank you for joining. I am John Galt, the Urban Landlord. This nigga has a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga John Galt. This high-ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted the back in the day, the rock had a violent freak. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the head unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am a nigga. I bring it to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am a nigga.